Chapter 153. Chief Manager Wu explained the matter of the 30 million spirit stones. Old C waved his hand. You are too stingy. Tell the madam that little friend Ning is worthy of her investment. In the future, she will surely repay her generously. He thought for a moment. I heard that little friend Ning purchased a massive amount of soul-enhancing materials. Tell the madam that we can start from this aspect. Chief Manager Wu respectfully nodded. Clearwood sighed inwardly. Since her teacher said this, there was no doubt that he wouldn't win this match. She had followed her teacher for many years and could roughly guess what he was thinking. Spirit teachers needed to accumulate experience and grow stronger as time passed. Mr. Ning had an illustrious background, and at such a young age, he was able to save and strengthen spirits. If he had such a formidable strength, then correspondingly, his other aspects would be greatly reduced. His opponent was also the third-ranked purple card. Even if he was from the Sky Spirit Sage lineage, his chances of victory were slim. As the coral's red light dimmed and faded away, Qin Yu pushed open the door. Countless eyes were focused on him, and he was instantly startled. The competition staff was already waiting at the side. They hurried forwards to ask questions, and after obtaining a positive response, they hurried away. The great bell hummed, echoing throughout the square. Challenge begin. Grandmaster Wu Zetian opened his eyes, a brilliant light exploding from them. He stepped onto the altar. His robes fluttered in the wind and the purple card at his waist shined. Whether it was appearance or momentum, it was impeccable. Cheers rose like a tide. He looked down from above, his eyes dignified and indifferent. Junior, I will finally let you know what a purple card is. Qin Yu looked up at him. He lightly said, mouth off. Such a majestic speech was actually met with such a response. Countless seafolk told themselves that this was the greatest humiliation to a purple card, so they should be angry, but why did they feel an inexplicable sense of joy? Old C had a helpless expression. Your actions will arouse public anger. Qin Yu smiled. I don't care. Old C shook his head. Brat, has anyone ever told you that your current actions are asking for a beating? It's more than a beating. I think Grandmaster Wu wants to eat me right now. Old C laughed. At least you have some self-awareness. Little friend Ning, you have truly offended him this time. His laughter faded. But I like it. He took a step back and cupped his hands together. Little friend's graciousness today, Spirit will forever remember it. In the future, little friend's matters are my matters. I want to see just who can move against you. These words weren't hidden at all. In such a situation, it was the same as giving Qin Yu the greatest promise possible. In the future, anyone that tried to harm him would be the enemy of Lingdu. Qin Yu smiled. Then I'll have to thank Old Hai. Then, he clasped his fists and left. Looking at his back, Old Hai suddenly sighed. Looks like you have no intention of staying. Chief Manager Wu's complexion changed. Old Hai means, little friend Ning is an intelligent person, so it's impossible for him not to see that although he seems to be targeting Wu Zetian on the surface, the truth is that he is questioning the status of all purple cards. The 10 purple cards themselves aren't anything special, but behind them are practically all the powerful factions of the entire sea region. They spent countless years to establish their status, so how could they be casually shaken? Chief Manager Wu bitterly smiled. He finally understood that Mr. Ning definitely had thoughts of leaving, so he had acted according to his heart. His face was cloudy and uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking, but a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Old Hai lightly said, You can truthfully report this matter to the madam. She will make a choice. Chief Manager Wu revealed an ashamed expression. He nodded, no longer speaking. To continue this chapter, please turn to the next page. In the coral house, Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. With a flick of his sleeves, he placed the blue sea lotus seed in his storage ring. At some point, The thumb-sized lantern began to bloom with light without warning. This light didn't instantly bloom. Rather, it slowly spread out like flowing water. Circle after circle, it finally covered a radius of a foot. The blue sea lotus seed trembled, as if it were jumping up and down in joy. It absorbed the deep blue light with all its strength. Or, it could be said that this light contained some sort of strength. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time passed. After an unknown period of time, lines began to appear on the surface of the lotus seed, twisting and turning like ripples in water. After determining that there weren't any problems, Qin Yu drew back his divine sense. He took out a soul-strengthening treasure and continued to refine it. The 300-year sea blue flower that Old Hai had given him was extremely effective. If it weren't for the fact that the time wasn't right, Qin Yu would have tried refining a fourth 5-element spiritual object right now. Thinking of the sea spirit baptism, he smiled. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the 5-element spiritual objects gathered in his Dantian Sea altar. Grandmaster Wu also began to move. He revealed the strength of a purple card sea spirit teacher, his every movement like a textbook. No, it should be said that his movements were even more classic than a textbook. Every movement he made flowed like clouds and water, every link perfectly grasped. The blue sea lotus seed floated in the air, covered in circles of light. As Grandmaster Wu waved his hands, it gently swayed back and forth, as if it had a mind of its own. Countless sea spirit teachers were entranced. They sighed inwardly at the strength of a purple card. Their minds were completely immersed in this, completely unaware of the passing of time in the outside world. Although the ordinary seafolk didn't understand Grandmaster Wu's level, they still found the scene on the altar to be pleasing to the eye. As time passed, changes began to appear on the lotus seed. It seemed to grow, and the slightly withered lotus seed began to slowly become plump. Then, lines began to appear on its surface. More and more lines began to appear, gradually linking together. In the void, the sound of waves began to appear. This caused countless seafolk to cry out in alarm. Finally, Grandmaster Wu stopped. He closed his eyes in meditation. The silent sea spirit teachers also began to wake up one by one. Many of them had excited expressions. It was clear they had obtained some harvests. They wanted to immediately return and verify their thoughts, but they also didn't want to leave and miss out on what was about to happen. All of them had conflicted expressions. Sir Sea Spirit Teacher, why is Grandmaster Wu's lotus seed emitting the sound of waves? A young miss from the capital city asked. She had a maid beside her, and judging from her clothing and jewelry, she seemed to have a good background. Of course, this young miss was also beautiful. Thus, the disturbed sea spirit teacher frowned and patiently explained, the blue sea lotus isn't a high rank, but when the lotus blooms, the shadow of the sea will appear. Thus, it is famous in the sea region and is considered a special and precious sea spirit. This lotus seed is congenitally deficient, so it should have been difficult for it to germinate. But with Grandmaster Wu's miraculous hands, this congenitally deficient defect has been made up for and the strength contained within has risen dramatically. The sound of waves is caused by the internal strength of the blue sea lotus dispersing. His face was full of worship. To make up for the congenitally deficient defect isn't easy at all, but Grandmaster Wu is actually able to make its internal strength so abundant that it disperses on its own. Such methods are simply incredible. The surrounding people were stunned. Although they didn't understand, since everyone seemed to understand, they also had to pretend they understood. They absolutely couldn't allow others to look down on them. Thus, as the seafolk looked at the altar, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Over at Sea Spirit Pavilion, Old Sea had a dignified expression. After a long time, he gently sighed. Originally, he had some hopes in Qin Yu, but now he had completely let them go. Although he disdained Wu Zetian's character, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Wu Zetian was incredibly strong. In the aspect of cultivating a sea spirit seed, he had actually hidden such an astonishing strength. On one hand, he felt pity for Qin Yu, but on the other hand, he also felt guilty. If it weren't for him, Qin Yu wouldn't have come up empty-handed in the end. According to little Wu, Wu Zetian originally had no interest in the Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition. He had only chosen to participate for the Sea Spirit baptism. Sea Spirit Pavilion's compensation was Sea Spirit Pavilions, so he couldn't do nothing. Old Sea took a deep breath. He turned to look at Clearwood and whispered something to her. Clearwood nodded without hesitation. I've wronged you. I originally wanted to leave this thing for you. Old Sea revealed a guilty expression. Clearwood shook her head. Teacher is too serious. This disciple doesn't care about such things. Old Sea was comforted. He thought that in the future, he would have to find some good things to compensate this well-behaved disciple of his. After resting, Grandmaster Wu opened his eyes. His expression was calm and serene. He ignored everyone's gazes and continued to cultivate the lotus seed. His movements were smooth like flowing water, pleasing to the eye. A day passed. Another 2 days passed. In the blink of an eye, the third day arrived. On the altar, Grandmaster Wu flicked his sleeve. The lotus seed in front of him trembled, and the lingering light around it was instantly sucked away like rivers flowing into a river. Hum hum. The lotus seed cried out and vast waves rose up. Grandmaster Wu lifted a hand and all sound faded away. The lotus seed slowly fell into a jade box. His eyes were tired and a faint smile lifted his lips. Perhaps it was because of anger, or perhaps it was because of the ups and downs in his mood, but his performance this time was unprecedentedly good. The lotus seed in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of its previous dullness. It was bright and clean, and the textures on its surface wove together like waves of mist. The light it emitted was like translucent jade. Grandmaster Wu sighed. When he looked up again, his eyes were as bright as stars. He looked around with disdain, brimming with confidence. The result of this battle hadn't been decided yet, but he knew he would win. Looking around, he could see the other purple cards. These old things that had mocked him before now all had dignified expressions as they cupped their hands together. Jing Guanjin had lost, but he, Wu Zetian, wouldn't lose. The status of a purple card was above the highest heavens. No one could question it. Mr. Ning? What was that? Could it be eaten? Indeed, those that could become master and disciple were extremely similar in terms of character and temperament. Even their thoughts were the same. If Grandmaster Wu Zetian knew that the disciple he was so proud of had also had this thought not too long ago and had ended up in such a situation, he didn't know whether or not he would be able to maintain his confidence. Of course, there were no ifs in this world. Thus, things that were destined to happen would follow a fixed path, silently advancing until they exploded. The committee of the competition quickly responded. Chairman Su and the others, accompanied by the priests, personally stepped onto the altar. They first congratulated Grandmaster Wu, and then quickly inspected it. They took out the mark and compared it with each other. After determining that there were no problems, they all revealed looks of praise. If they could become committee members, then disregarding everything else, they had good eyesight. This blue sea lotus seed was simply flawless. It was a top-quality product amongst top-quality product. Congratulations, Grandmaster Wu. Grandmaster Wu's strength is extraordinary. When a Grandmaster takes action, it is truly extraordinary. As they congratulated each other, their faces bloomed with smiles. Although they didn't say anything, their meaning was clear. They favored Grandmaster Wu, extremely, extremely favored him. No one was blind and no one was an idiot. Nearly all of the Sea Spirit teachers praised in their hearts. Grandmaster Wu Zetian, third-ranked purple card, his reputation was well-deserved. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### After rushing back from the hospital, I had to go eat something. Chapter 154. Old C was silent, not saying a word. Chief Manager Wu had an ugly complexion and Clearwood had a bit of helplessness on her face. Even they believed that the result had been decided the moment Wu Zetian withdrew his hand. There was still some time until the end of the competition. But was there a need to wait? More than one person had this thought. Then, they turned to look at the committee members. Chairman Su coughed. He maintained his composure. 3 days haven't passed yet. Mr. Ning can continue. I don't think Grandmaster Wu will mind. Old C had already said that whoever targeted Mr. Ning was targeting him. The smart old Su didn't want to stir up trouble for himself. In any case, his words were reasonable. Grandmaster Wu Zetian had a calm expression. He said, "It's fine. I'll wait for this junior for a bit." Before his voice fell, he was interrupted by a yawn. The door to the Coral House opened and a black-robed man stepped out. As I thought, old people slow down. I slept for a long time and only came out now. At this moment, many seafolk were left speechless. How could something like sleeping come out of his mouth? And at this time, did you think we would believe you? Stop bragging. Many eyes turned cold, revealing a bit of disdain and schadenfreude. They thought to themselves, "You are so arrogant now, but you'll be crying later." In front of Grandmaster Wu, "Could you even take out that blue sea lotus seed? TSK, I'm really looking forward to it." The booing was like a tide. Qin Yu suddenly had a thought. His lips curved up and he lightly said, "It looks like many people aren't satisfied with me. Then, do you want to make a bet?" Chief Manager Wu covered his face. Here it comes again. Just what time was it and he still had such thoughts? Beside him, Clearwood also had a speechless expression. Old C asked a few questions. After obtaining a response, he couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. Little friend Ning seemed to be quite confident in himself. Chairman Su coughed. "Mr. Ning, I'm afraid this doesn't conform to the rules." Grandmaster Wu waved his hand. "It's fine. I also want to know how Mr. Ning wishes to make a bet. It's simple. I think I will win. If you don't believe me, you can bet on old Wu. If I win, everything will be mine. If I lose, I'll have to compensate you." Qin Yu smiled. "Old Wu, do you want to make a bet as well?" Grandmaster Wu wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled, his eyes filled with benevolence. "Good. Since a junior like you dares to open a bet, wouldn't it be unfair if I didn't place my bet?" He turned around and waved his hand, and a few people flew out from the square to the altar. "Let's see just how much money I have on hand right now." Grandmaster Wu Zetian was a purple card. Just how rich was he? He naturally had a specialized financial manager. Soon, the chief financial officer replied, "Master, you have 75 million spirit stones that you can use. If it's not enough, you can use more." Grandmaster Wu turned his head, a faint smile on his face. "Junior, did you hear that? Are you going to accept this order?" Whoosh, the square was in an uproar. 75 million spiritual stones was a terrifying amount of wealth to anyone. Perhaps only the royal palace and the top clans with deep foundations could afford it. The sea race was wealthy, so they liked to gamble. Gambling was prevalent in the capital city, and there had always been no lack of large sums of money. But 75 million spiritual stones was unprecedented. Qin Yu smiled. "I accept, of course I accept. Since old Wu is giving me money, how could I not accept it?" His eyes turned. "Then, is there anyone else who wants to place a bet? Here. Everything in the arena counts. Ning will take it all." "You really want to accept everything? Can we go down as well?" An old tycoon wearing a thumb-sized jewel, who was surrounded by beauties on both sides, asked loudly. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed. "Of course. I will accept anything that is on the field. Bet me 1,000,000. The rich man was indeed curious. He took out a handful of spirit stone cards from his chest. "I will also place a bet. Record 100,000 for me, 50,000. I will also place 30,000. The capital city never lacked wealthy people. Although no single large bets appeared, in the blink of an eye, countless arms-waving spirit stone cards appeared, forming a dense forest. With such a guaranteed chance to make a fortune, no one was willing to miss out on it. Grandmaster Wu's expression became increasingly happy, as if he could already see the tragic scene of Qin Yu's life of debt piling up into a mountain. However, this still didn't seem to be enough. His eyes flashed and old Wu smiled. Junior, the number of bets placed today will be an astronomical number. What guarantee do you have that you can compensate us? Qin Yu nodded. Old Wu, what you say is correct. Since you have open bets, you should give a guarantee. Just as he was about to say something, Old C's light voice sounded out. I will guarantee, little friend Ning. Chief Manager Wu clenched his teeth. My Sea Spirit Pavilion will also guarantee, Grandmaster Ning. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Sea Lingdu and Sea Spirit Pavilion should be enough. I have a great residence in the capital city. The market price is 30 million spirit stones, so I will appraise it at 25 million. That will be 100 million. If I win, I want Sea Lingdu's courtyard in the East Ring. Old Sea lightly said, Very well, I agree. Grandmaster Wu Zetian was satisfied. Everyone, if you trust me, then you can make your move now. The 7th-ranked purple card, Sea Lingdu, and Sea Spirit Pavilion will guarantee compensation. I want to place a bet. Hurry and help me record it. 10,000 spirit stones. I will also place 10,000. Chief Manager Wu took a deep breath. He ordered people to begin collecting spirit stones. Gambling was a popular custom amongst the sea races, so they naturally didn't lack gambling tools. After paying the spirit stones, one would obtain a special gambling receipt. This sort of gambling receipt was specially refined and was extremely valuable in itself, and no one could copy it. The sea spirit teachers that temporarily served as accountants had high standards, but today their complexions paled. As they looked at the bets being placed, they began to sweat profusely. Soon, several terrifying bets were placed. The sea spirit teachers that took over were dripping with sweat. They didn't dare to make decisions on their own, so they looked for Chief Manager Wu. Chief Manager Wu looked at the bets and his vision darkened. He forcefully maintained his composure and clenched his teeth. Accept as much as you have. Since he had already stepped out, it was impossible for him to back down. He could already imagine how bitter he was in his heart. Old C, this bet is far too great. You have to save me. An hour later, all the bets were totaled. Chief Manager Wu glanced over them and found it hard to catch his breath. The sea spirit teacher responsible for recording the bets handed over the account book and then fainted. No one looked down on him. Rather, they felt a bit envious. At the very least, he didn't need to be so frightened after fainting. At this time, many sea spirit teachers couldn't help but have such thoughts. Perhaps it was time to consider changing jobs. Chairman Su was expressionless. His silence contained a trace of helplessness, as if he were helpless towards the farce in front of him. It was impossible to see that he had secretly ordered someone to place a massive bet of 500,000 spirit stones. Of course, he placed it on Grandmaster Wu. With a light cough, Chairman Su said, Grandmaster Wu, Mr. Ning, if you two have no objections, then please take out your lotus seeds. Prosperity Square. There was a deathly silence. Everyone craned their necks and stared with wide eyes, unable to take their eyes away. This was no longer just a challenge to a purple card, but a heaven-shaking gamble. The amount involved was astronomical. It concerned the vital interests of countless sea folk. Wu Zetian's lotus seeds had already been examined, so now they only needed to examine Qin Yu's. Seeing Qin Yu express his agreement, Chairman Su gestured for him to enter. Qin Yu flipped his hand and took out the jade box. Everyone's eyes widened. In the next moment, everyone felt their hearts relax. Those seafolk that had placed their bets all smiled with joy. As for those that had been hesitating, they were all pained. Within the jade box, although the blue sea lotus seeds were plump, the markings on their surface were shallow, without the least bit of mystical energy. At this time, as the competition staff inspected the area, they discovered that there wasn't even the sound of wave. The outcome had been decided. Countless sea spirit teachers made their judgment. As they looked at the black cannon, they revealed looks of pity. They thought that this Mr. Ning would likely carry a heavy debt on his back even in death. How pitiful! There were also sea spirit teachers that looked at Old Sea and Chief Manager Wu. Old Sea was one of the 10 great purple cards and had a transcendent status. He wasn't someone they had the qualifications to judge. But Chief Manager Wu was normally a shrewd character, so how could he be so impulsive today? This time, it seemed that Sea Spirit Pavilion's Capital City Branch Division would have to change managers. Old High Chief Manager Wu, who had been sentenced to death, had a deathly pale face. Old Sea had no expression. "Don't worry, I will exonerate you from this matter." However, as he thought of his life's accumulations as well as his most beloved house, his lips couldn't help but twitch. Grandmaster Wu Zetian stood with his hands crossed behind his back, his eyes calm and indifferent. In the face of such a great victory, countless seafolk secretly admired him. They all thought that a grandmaster was truly a grandmaster. They had to admire him. To judge whether a seed was good or bad, the most direct and powerful evidence was to see it germinate and grow. The competition staff had prepared cultivation fluids that were used to accelerate the growth of the seed. They were of the same quality and were placed on 2 workbenches. The broadcast followed at the same time, ensuring that the exciting scene that would be passed down to countless people in the future could be clearly seen. Chairman Su saw that the lotus seeds were ready and coughed. "Grandmaster Wu, Mr. Ning, would you two like to in the stands?" It was unknown who was the first to shout out, "Grandmaster Wu." Instantly, the response was like a tide. Perhaps it was because they were grateful to the Grandmaster for helping them win wealth, but they were all incomparably diligent. Their billowing voices seemed as if they could overturn the entire sea. Chairman Su was also in a good mood. He didn't mind selling a favor at little cost. Moreover, this was something proposed by the masses, and he was only following the will of the people. "Grandmaster Wu, what do you think?" Wu Zetian faintly smiled. "Since everyone is so cordial, then I will throw out a brick to attract jade." Just look, this Grandmaster really knew how to speak. But, once this stone was tossed out, some people wouldn't have the face to continue. The staff of the competition staff carefully took out the lotus seed and placed it in the cultivation fluid. In the next moment, the cultivation fluid in the jade box began to tumble about like boiling water. The strength contained within was absorbed by the lotus seed, and a light cracking sound spread out. The lotus seed broke through its shell. Tiny roots drilled out at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly growing and extending. At the same time, a tender sprout drilled out, twisting and growing. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves, countless seafolk were left dumbfounded. They looked at this miraculous scene. Chapter 155. The entire growth cycle of the blue sea lotus seemed to have been shortened to just a few breaths of time. Grandmaster Wu had a light expression. He reminded everyone, the nutrients in the nutrient fluid are about to run out. Everyone was startled. The originally light blue nutrient fluid had turned transparent like clear water. Chairman Su waved his hand. Someone immediately rushed up and began to pour in the nutrient fluid again. But this wasn't enough. Before long, the nutrient fluid ran out of nutrients once more. Without needing Chairman Su to say anything, someone else went up to add more. Then a 3rd time, a 4th time, all the way until the 5th time. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the blue sea lotus on the workbench. It grew to the height of a person, and its lotus leaves were as green as a bucket. As the lotus leaves swayed back and forth, the sound of crashing waves filled the air. But at this time, what was most astonishing was not the lotus leaves, but the massive flower bud that was like a moon surrounded by stars. It moved, moved again, and finally began to slowly bloom. The deep blue light was like a boundless sea, the delicate petals gently trembling. Thus, on this lotus flower, a soul-stirring scene appeared. Space seemed to twist, light seemed to change, and water vapor seemed to linger around. The phantom of a boundless sea appeared, the waves tumbling about, the scene so real that it made one believe that such a sea really did exist in this world, and that the strength of the blue sea lotus was only presenting it. The blue sea lotus. When the lotus bloomed, it became a blue sea. This was the reason why it was so famous. In a breath of time, the lotus seed broke, the lotus leaves grew, the lotus stem grew, the lotus flower bloomed. Who had ever seen such a scene before? After a long period of silence, it was broken by earth-shaking cheers. Countless seafolk shouted out Grandmaster Wu's name, showing their highest respect and worship to this incarnation of the sea spirit in the world of mortals. At this time, Wu Zetian was the center of the world, receiving everyone's attention. His expression was light and carefree. He faintly smiled and nodded in thanks. Thus, the cheers became even louder, so loud that they could be heard deep within the royal palace. In that inconceivably luxurious hall, the sea sovereign slowly opened his eyes from his dragon throne, a thoughtful look on his face. This Wu Zetian has some strength. If he doesn't fall too deep, he can stay behind. There was no one in the hall, but a respectful voice sounded out. Yes, Your Majesty. To alarm the sea sovereign and even cause him to change his mind, it could be seen just how formidable Wu Zetian's strength was. It was so strong that it made everyone forget that this was a challenge. It was like Grandmaster Wu's solo performance. But in the end, not everyone could forget it. For example, Chairman Su. After a moment, when Grandmaster Wu had obtained enough prestige and worship, he turned and said, "Mr. Ning, it's your turn." Grandmaster Wu was considerate. He raised his hand and pressed down, causing the cheers to quickly disperse and everyone's eyes to focus on him. "Junior, at this point, do you know what regret is?" The black-robed man was silent. Just as everyone thought he was frightened and hesitant, a cold sneer spread out. "Old thing, you really have a lot to say." Whoosh! Countless members of the Oceanic clan were in an uproar. They seemed to have never imagined that he would still dare to act so arrogantly even at this moment. The condemnation was like a tidal wave, accompanied by countless curses. Beneath the black robes, Qin Yu's expression was calm. He thought to himself, "If you want to curse me, then curse me a bit. Consider this a bit of comfort in advance." As he thought about how he would be able to obtain a massive amount of wealth with a single stroke of inspiration, he was incomparably happy. Even the curses in his ears became cute. Chairman Su waved his hand. One of the committee members coldly snorted and tossed the lotus seed into the nutrient fluid. He thought to himself, "How dare you offend Blackbird University like this?" This chapter is not finished, please flip the page. Master, wait until you are defeated, then I will see what kind of expression you have. Of course, this committee member had bet 50,000 spirit stones. That was the entirety of his wealth that he had accumulated over the years. If he won, not only would he be able to solve his housing problem, but he would also be able to buy a superior carriage. His life would be complete. Towards Qin Yu, he didn't have the least bit of a favorable impression. Unfortunately, the matters of the world weren't controlled by one's likes and dislikes. Thus, as the lotus seed fell into the nutrient fluid, it instantly erupted with absorbing strength that caused it to boil over. That's right, don't rub your eyes. I'm talking about you. No matter how much you rub your eyes, it's still true. Gulp, gulp, as if it had been starving for countless years, the lotus seed began to gulp down in great gulps, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, shaking the heavens and earth. The lotus seed broke open, took root, and sprouted. Everything was like a replica of what had just happened. No, AC spirit teacher with keen senses and an accurate grasp of time secretly compared the two and suddenly felt his field of vision darken. The growth speed of this lotus seed was even faster than Grandmaster Wu's lotus seed. As this sea spirit teacher thought of the 10,000 spirit stones he had bet, he felt as if a knife were slicing through his heart. He hurriedly tried to persuade himself. This was only temporary, only temporary. This lotus seed would soon slow down. Then, his eyes widened as he stubbornly stared at the blue sea lotus that was wildly growing in the nutrient fluid. His face paled until there wasn't the least bit of blood left in it. He felt as if a great stone was pressing down on his chest. His breathing became increasingly difficult, and every breath he took was accompanied by a bone-chilling cold. His body felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. The blue sea lotus continued to grow. It continued to grow, and it continued to grow. At this time, the committee member's body swayed, as if he had forgotten that he should pour in the nutrient fluid. Black-robed reminded him. Then, he could only helplessly do it himself. He took the nutrient fluid he had prepared and filled it in himself. There are some people, I don't know if they were born with this, but they are so unreasonably confident. But, I would like to ask, why are they so confident? In this absolutely quiet environment, his light voice was particularly grating to the ears. Originally, I wasn't planning on opening bet. After all, I have no enmity with anyone here, so how could I possibly plunder everyone's money? But, there are always people who find me displeasing to the eye. So, those who bet on me to lose are all innocent and have been implicated. I'm really sorry about that. Wu Zetian paled. He clenched his teeth for a long time and then roared out, Junior, don't be so arrogant. You haven't won yet. Qin Yu stood up straight. He turned and looked straight at him. I will win. As if to confirm his words, a lotus bud quietly bloomed between the deep green lotus leaves. Then, another sea region appeared in the void. It roared and raged, as if it were coldly mocking the cheering crowd. At this time, countless people in Prosperity Square held their hands against their chests. It wasn't because they were shy or cute, but because their hearts were truly about to shatter. Their spirit stones as if they were fading away. Wu Zetian clenched his fists. His pupils shrank and his teeth creaked as he gnashed them together. He never imagined that he would be forced to this step. Just like Jing Guanjin. Stop. Stop. Stop for me. The heavens seemed to hear Wu Zetian's roar. After the blue sea lotus bloomed, it slowly returned to tranquility. Like a drowning man suddenly obtaining fresh air, Wu Zetian took a deep breath, feeling as if he had been reborn. He had never felt such tension and oppression before. Just a little bit more and his purple card status would have been taken away. The consequences of that were terrifying to the point that he couldn't imagine them. Luckily, he was just a little bit off. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page. He glared at the black-robed man with hatred in his eyes. This junior's thoughts were truly ruthless. Not only did he want to take away his purple card, but he also wanted to plunder his wealth. 100 million spirit stones. Even his own net worth would shrink by a great deal. Inside and outside of Prosperity Square, countless people sucked in a deep breath. Soon, there was a loud rumble. I've survived a calamity. My purse is safe. My spirit stones. Countless seafolk had tears in their eyes. They felt as if the world was truly beautiful. Chief Manager Wu clapped his hands together, as if he wished he could rush forwards. He said again and again, just a little bit more, just a little bit more. As he thought about the wealth that was quietly piling up in his storage shell, he felt as if his heart would explode. Clearwood sucked in a deep breath. It's good that you didn't lose. Old C laughed. That's right, it's good that you didn't lose. Little friend Ning, I never thought you would have hidden yourself so deeply. It seems I underestimated you. Chief Manager Wu scratched his head. I really can't accept this. Clearwood lightly said, Think about what would have happened if you had lost. Chief Manager Wu was instantly enlightened. If one had the heart to lose, then not losing, that was winning. Chairman Su's expression shook. He looked deeply at Qin Yu. Mr. Ning, it seems that you and Grandmaster Wu are tied. Of course, we will immediately send someone to carefully inspect the 2 blue sea lotuses and see who is superior and who is inferior. His words were a bit more respectful and careful. No matter where a powerhouse was, they would always be respected. And in his opinion, Qin Yu was someone who could roam through the highest heavens. The committee members glanced at each other. They had already made a decision in their hearts. If Grandmaster Wu had the advantage, then he would certainly be judged to have won. But if it was about the same, then it would be a tie. In short, he couldn't lose. What nonsense! Who didn't secretly want to make a bet? Although the committee members were wealthy, none of them were willing to give away their shining white spirit stones. Beneath the black robe, a light voice said, "There's no need." Grandmaster Wu's heart shrank. A foreboding premonition rose in his heart. He lifted a hand and pointed at the blue sea lotus. "I think I've already won." As his voice fell, the beautiful lotus rapidly withered and fell off, revealing a blue lotus pod. The blue sea from the void slowly poured into it. With a popping sound, the lotus pod split open and a lotus seed slowly rose up. It was full and smooth, as if it were carved from peerless jade. It hung in the air, sprinkling down a faint purple light. This was because this lotus seed was purple. Qin Yu lifted a hand and beckoned towards the lotus seed. It hesitated for a moment before flying into his hand. This scene left countless seafolk dumbfounded. It was like a storm was stirring up in their minds, causing rumbling sounds to reverberate through the air. In the legends, the sea spirit was invisible and intangible. It was one with the sea, and because of its compassion, it allowed the sea races to be born. Thus, the strongest ability of the sea spirit was to bestow spiritual sense and open up spiritual wisdom. The 10 great purple cards were known as the incarnations of the sea spirit. They could pass down their inheritance for countless generations, and there were over 100 of them. But there were far too few that could achieve the spiritual bestowal realm. Every one of them was a powerhouse amongst the purple cards. They were said to be able to communicate with the sea spirit, and their status was a level higher than other purple cards. It had already been 1,000 years since the last purple card sea spirit teacher with the ability of spiritual bestowal appeared in the records of the oath. Today, in Prosperity Square where sea spirits were sacrificed, countless seafolk had witnessed the birth of a spiritual bestowal realm sea spirit teacher. Qin Yu didn't know what sort of stir he had caused, but from Chairman Su's shocked expression and Grandmaster Wu's pale face, he guessed that this wasn't a bad thing. Thus, he turned around and said in a soft voice, "Then, did I win?" Chapter 156. Chief Manager Wu had a very high opinion of himself. He had always pursued a calm and tranquil face that was as calm and tranquil as a lake. It was only when Qin Yu appeared that he repeatedly broke through this facade, and there was even the marvelous scene of him smashing committee member Gudra with a chair. He originally thought that this was the most outrageous thing he had ever done, but as he looked at that calm black-robed figure, his mind began to rise and fall. Moreover, it was also because of that massive wealth that Chief Manager Wu couldn't catch his breath. His legs buckled and he fell onto his butt. He didn't seem to notice this at all. His eyes widened and he gasped for breath. This wasn't a fright, but a fright. As he thought about the storage shell in his chest, he felt a sense of happiness as if he had been struck by a mountain of gold. The corners of his lips curled up uncontrollably. He opened his mouth slightly, an unknown liquid wriggling within. At the side, Manager Clearwood hadn't even reacted. The usually calm chief manager had already lost a great deal of face. He only stared blankly at that tall and straight black-robed figure. She didn't know why, but for some reason, her heart began to race. She hurriedly lowered her head in a panic. It was just that his figure kept tumbling around in her mind. took a great deal of effort for her to barely calm down. Ha 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 ha! Old C laughed. His laughter was so hearty that it triggered his injuries. He violently coughed. Little friend Ning, this bet of yours is really. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't find the right words to say. He could only vaguely say, a great deal. Awakened by this laughter, countless seafolk subconsciously rolled their eyes. They thought that this old man was just talking nonsense. A bet of at least 200 million was a great deal, no matter where it was placed. But as soon as they reacted, they realized that this was a great deal of experience as well as their own contributions. Their faces immediately collapsed and they wanted to cry, but no tears came out. There were those that were brave enough to place a large bet or those that thought of their future tragic fate. Their eyes rolled back and they simply fainted. The dense mass of spectators in the stands fell into a panic. After being tricked, there was certainly some resentment. But the seafolk didn't dare to place it on Qin Yu. After all, he was already a spiritual bestower. In the future, no, he would soon become a great character that roamed the highest heavens. They couldn't afford to offend him. In the future, they couldn't even casually mention the matter of placing a bet. Otherwise, it would be a small matter if they were laughed at, but if they were disrespectful to Mr. Ning, that would truly be troublesome. But this resentment had to be vented somewhere. Thus, the seafolk thought of Mr. Ning's words from before. Originally, after all, I have no enmity with any of you, but there are always people who don't like me, betting on me to lose. I'm innocent. I'm really sorry. We are innocent. We are implicated. Countless seafolk were filled with grief and indignation. Grandmaster Wu Zetian's face was deathly pale. He suddenly shivered. All around him, countless resentful eyes gathered on him, causing a cold sweat to drip down his back. His emotions included fear and shock, but most of all, disbelief and unwillingness to accept what had happened. How could a junior surnamed Ning possibly be a spiritual bestower? He was clearly not old at all. Something's wrong, there must be something wrong here. Grandmaster Wu Zetian was like a drowning man grasping at the last straw of hope. His pale face flushed red. You cheated! You cheated! He was like a mad demon. Yes, just like that. This old man will capture you and find out the truth. Shua, a figure blocked in front of him. Chairman Su was straight and dignified, his face cold and indifferent. Grandmaster Wu, please calm down. At this time, in Wu Zetian's eyes, there was only Qin Yu's figure. That black robe was like a curtain of night that covered him. His eyes turned red. Su Shi, draw back. With a loud shout, he strode forwards. A trace of pity flashed in the chairman's eyes, but it soon turned into callousness. Grandmaster Wu has lost his mind. Capture him. Shwa shwa, over a dozen figures shot forwards. There was a low rumbling sound. The previously glorious Grandmaster Wu had now been reduced to a prisoner, struggling and roaring. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were in disarray. In addition to his fierce and dazed expression, he no longer had any of his previous elegance. Chairman Su glanced at him. He turned and cupped his hands across his chest. Mr. Ning, I am truly sorry. Our mistake has startled you. Without needing him to speak, a Seafolk Committee member walked over with a purple card in his hand. His stiff face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than a crying face. 50,000 spirit stones had been lost, and there was also the possibility that he had offended Mr. Ning. If he could cry at this time, his sorrow would have already flowed into a river. Chairman Su signaled with his eyes that this boy should hurry up and scram, lest Mr. Ning recall bad memories and become dissatisfied with the entire committee. He respectfully smiled and said, "This jade card should have been personally given to you by Grandmaster Wu as an orderly inheritance. But Grandmaster Wu's current situation isn't too good, so we could only make it in such a hurry. If Mr. Ning doesn't mind, I can hold a grand meeting afterwards and gather all the nobles and celebrities from all over to prove Mr. Ning's name." Qin Yu received the jade card. He looked at old Wu, who was staring at him with incomparable hatred in his eyes. He shook his head and said in a soft voice, "It's fine, there's no need to trouble yourself any further. Also, bring Wu Zetian away. Don't cause any more trouble." Chairman Su readily accepted Qin Yu's advice. With his meticulous thoughts, he certainly wouldn't overlook this point. However, he couldn't figure out what Qin Yu was thinking. What if this person wanted to see Wu Zetian make a fool of himself in front of everyone? Looking at the calm and independent figure beneath the black robes, old Su's heart was filled with emotion. From the beginning of the recording and Wu Zetian's ruthless words during the interview, who could have imagined that today's result would be like this? First it was Jing Guanjin, and then it was Wu Zetian. This master and disciple pair could be called formidable, but they had provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked, thus they had ended up in this state. The calm and collected Mr. Ning had stepped on this master and disciple pair, soaring into the highest heavens and casually sweeping away countless riches. And what was even more wonderful was that with his current status and his previous words, he had nearly removed himself from the blame and didn't suffer too much resentment. After all, placing a bet was voluntary. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being blinded by lard, or perhaps, he could blame Wu Zetian or Jing Guanjin. Mr. Ning's methods were truly wonderful. Old Su sighed. As he thought of the 500,000 spirit stones, his heart twitched. Finally, he bitterly smiled. Whatever, he would just take this as a lesson. The most important thing right now was to remedy the situation and restore Mr. Ning's impression of him as much as possible. He cupped his hands together, his face full of praise and joy. Starting from today, Mr. Ning is the third purple card. I am blessed by the heavens, so I will be the first to congratulate Mr. Ning. As he spoke, he deeply bowed. To the side, the staff members all cursed old Su for being rude. They quickly followed behind, all of them cheering and flattering him like a tide. Didn't they see just how brilliant Chairman Su's smile was? At this time, even if they lost so much money, they still had to smile, and smile as hard as they could. See Spirit Pavilion finally responded. A group of people walked over. Old C walked at the front, his aura grand and majestic. He didn't even glance at Wu Zetian, who was being pulled away. After fighting for a lifetime, he had personally witnessed this old thing fall head first into the abyss. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to climb back up again for the rest of his life. It was certain that Si Lingdao was a bit disappointed, but even more so, he was secretly happy. Moreover, he had to display a look of disdain, otherwise compared to this boy Ning, it would be far too degrading. Old Si. Greetings, Old Si. The committee members of the Si tribe bowed and left. Qin Yu smiled. He cupped his hands across his chest. Everyone, I'm lucky that I didn't disappoint you. His eyes fell on Leon. Brat teacher has already won. As for Miss Qingqing, this is all I can help you with. With a joke, the atmosphere was instantly restored to normal. Everyone from Sea Spirit Pavilion began to laugh along with him. However, as they looked at the red sky and the embarrassed Leon, their hearts were filled with envy. They certainly didn't dare to be jealous or hate him. What nonsense! As Mr. Ning's only disciple, Leon's future was destined to be bright and resplendent. There was no way they would be so stupid as to provoke him. After speaking several more words, Qin Yu turned around. Chairman Su, when can the sea spirit baptism begin? Deep within the royal palace, in the same grand hall, the sea sovereign revealed a surprised expression. A spiritual bestower. This is unexpected. He thought for a moment and then smiled. It looks like someone is destined to have a bad night's sleep. In the spacious hall, a respectful voice echoed out. Your Majesty, if you do this, your plan will be disrupted. The sea sovereign lightly said, It's fine. Since you already have thoughts, even if you are suppressed for a while, you will eventually emerge. As for this Mr. Ning, Your Majesty, do you want him to give it a try? The sea sovereign shook his head. This junior cannot help this solitude. Let's observe first. Yes. With just a few words, countless eyes fell on Qin Yu, watching his every move. Chairman Su was all smiles. Mr. is currently one of the 10 great purple cards. As long as you pour your aura into the status card, you can use the purple card to stimulate the sea spirit resonance and open the baptism. He carefully reminded, during the sea spirit baptism, one's own condition is extremely important. It will have a great impact on absorbing the strength of the sea spirit. So, if Mr. isn't in a hurry, you can rest first before opening it. The other committee members nodded. As the miserably beaten committee member Gudra heard that the challenge had been reversed and that old Wu was in a pitiful situation, he leapt off his bed and laughed several times. Then, he hurried over, causing a group of doctors to sigh at how the turtle race was blessed by the heavens and their incomparably tenacious vitality. At this time, he stood in the crowd, a brilliant smile on his face. For better or worse, he was someone relatively familiar with Mr. Ning, so how could he miss out on this chance to show his face? After observing Go Su's words and seeing Mr. Ning remain silent, committee member Gudra was excited. He tightly grasped this chance and said, "In truth, there is no need to be like this." Seeing Mr. Ning look over, committee member Gudra smiled like a flower. He continued to say, "My family's ancestors have recorded that resting well is beneficial to absorbing the strength of the sea spirit. That is pure fiction. On the contrary, if the body is damaged, it will be more beneficial to absorb it." Chairman Su's complexion stiffened. He coldly said, "Committee member Gudra, this matter involves the great event of the sea spirit baptism. You cannot speak nonsense." Committee member Gudra sneered. "What I am talking about is the records of my family's ancestors over the years. Or, does Chairman Su think that your ancestors have lived longer than my ancestors and that the information they gather is more accurate?" These words caused Chairman Su's complexion to turn pale. The nearby committee members also had strange complexions. They thought that it was truly difficult to find someone in the sea region that had lived longer than the turtle race. These words were simply too sharp. They couldn't imagine that this old brat Gudra could actually play such a beautiful hand. Chapter 157. Humph humph. Committee member Gudra sneered inwardly. "Dog Su, you want me to step forward and be beaten so miserably? Do you really think I won't dare to turn against you? Mr. Ning is right in front of me. If I grab onto this thick thigh, what can you do to me?" Qin Yu lightly said, "If that's the case, then let's do it today." Killing Wu Zetian and seizing the third-rank purple card, as well as casually taking away a massive amount of wealth, had already attracted everyone's attention. Perhaps for a time, this attention might be a protective layer, but if he delayed for too long, he feared problems would grow. Simply put, Qin Yu decided to run away. Of course, if he ran away, he would run away in style. With his status as the third-rank purple card, he could casually find a reason to leave the capital city. Then, he would run as far away as he could. Thus, the sea spirit baptism could happen sooner rather than later. The sea folk that were weeping at the loss of their wealth finally obtained a bit of good news. Mr. Ning planned to open the sea spirit baptism in Prosperity Square today. The sea spirit baptism was aimed at a single person, but as the sea spirit power that filled the skies fell down, a small amount of it would dissipate and be absorbed by those that approached. Over the years, every time a purple card changed and the sea spirit baptism descended, there would always be people that benefited greatly. Of course, most purple cards chose to open it in private. Only a few people that were close to them or those with extraordinary statuses could approach and obtain the sea spirit power. Just thinking about how many members of the sea race were gathered in and around Prosperity Square made one feel helpless. Even if the sea spirit power dissipated, how much would they be able to obtain? It was still better than nothing. Thus, after the pleasant surprise, the seafolk only held on to the thought of watching a good show. At the very least, they could personally witness the sea spirit baptism. In addition to witnessing the birth of a spiritual bestower, this was enough to brag about for a lifetime. But the ticket price was really, really high. Another sea folk's eyes turned red. I don't want to cry, it's just that the wind has blinded my eyes. Really, look at me, I'm smiling so brightly. Woo 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 woo, my spirit stones. As Qin Yu walked towards the altar, the sounds of chaos quickly quieted down. Everyone's eyes gathered on him, filled with envy and awe. His expression was dignified and his footsteps were steady and powerful. This caused the 4 white-robed priests to reveal gratified expressions. They thought that although this Mr. Ning was arrogant, he still held the sea spirit in awe. But in truth, what Qin Yu felt in his heart was fear and helplessness. He always felt that there was something strange about this altar, and didn't want to approach it. But the priests that were managing the sea spirit baptism had finally managed to find a sea spirit that was willing to open it in Prosperity Square. Of course, they had to do it on the altar in order to show their respect to the sea spirit. Climbing up the steps, the pure white altar could clearly reflect one's figure. The faint sound of footsteps became exceptionally clear at this moment. Mr. Ning, please pour your aura into the purple card. Leave the rest to us, a priest lightly said. His eyebrows were wide and he had a bit of a bearing about him. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and thanked. Priests were a group of very aloof people. They had extremely high statuses, and were the spiritual leaders of some tribes in remote areas and some large inherited tribes. However, with the rise of royal authority, they could only maintain their status in the capital and other large cities, but they were no longer aloof. Qin Yu's politeness clearly satisfied the 4 priests. Their smiles became even warmer and they whispered some blessings, such as the protection of the sea spirit and so on. He lifted his hand and lifted the purple card. Qin Yu carefully controlled his aura and poured it into the purple card, not letting any of it leak out. The truth was that he was extremely nervous at this moment. This was because the sea spirit was a transcendent existence that the sea races believed in, but he was a genuine human. If the sea spirit really did have a spirit, then perhaps in his most glorious moment he would be ruthlessly struck down and suffer a miserable fate. But the truth was that Qin Yu's guess was correct. The so-called sea spirit might truly exist, but it was only a massive energy existence without any subjective will. It revolved in a stable and orderly manner, similar to an existence that followed some sort of rules, but it wouldn't interfere with the operation of those rules. For instance, a human like Qin Yu who had found a loophole. Or, perhaps the sea spirit had sensed him but simply disdained to bother with such a small and weak little thing. So, the purple card trembled. It rose from Qin Yu's hand, rising higher and higher until it hung above the altar. The 4 priests had solemn and respectful expressions. They circled around Qin Yu, moving in strange steps. From time to time, they would shake their shoulders or tilt their bodies, as if they were performing some ancient dance. Their mouths would echo out short and deep, but without exception, all of them were distant and boundless. These syllables sounded simple, but when combined together with this ancient dance, they seemed to possess a strength that shook the hearts of all. Countless seafolk had solemn and respectful expressions. A deep awe gushed out from their hearts. Some of the weak-willed ones had already fallen to their knees and bowed towards the altar. Hum hum, a faint humming sound spread out. From a weak start, it rapidly grew stronger. With trembling fluctuations, ripples began to appear in the air. Thus, the sky of the capital city above the altar began to move according to some special rhythm like seawater. Qin Yu looked up. In this rhythm, motes of blue light fell down like a rain of blue light. He didn't know whether or not others could feel it, but the moment Qin Yu saw these motes of light, a deep longing spread out from his body and soul. This was a feeling that he had been starving for many years. If it weren't for his strong will, he might not have been able to hold himself back and would have rushed into the skies to swallow them. At some unknown time, the 4 priests had stopped. Their eyes were a bit tired as they looked at Qin Yu, a bit of appreciation in them. A priest smiled. Mr. Ning, please do not do anything in order to avoid affecting the sea spirit baptism process. You only need to quietly wait, and the strength bestowed by the sea spirit will automatically fuse into your body. Please accept the blessing of the sea spirit. I wish you good luck. The 4 priests bowed their heads, offering their sincere respect to the sea spirit in the darkness. Then, they turned and floated away. Even they didn't have the qualifications to approach the sea spirit baptism. This was destined to be an unsurpassed lucky chance that only a single person would be able to communicate with the sea spirit and obtain its blessing. In the rumors, the power of the sea spirit contained the will of the sea spirit. If one absorbed enough, they could obtain the protection of this will. This sort of protection might be a sudden strengthening of the body, or it might be an additional strengthening of the soul, or it might even be some supernatural power that didn't exist in the world. When the priest wished Qin Yu good luck, this was what he was referring to. But, even though he had presided over many sea spirit baptisms and said these words many times, no one had ever truly obtained it. Beneath the altar, an imperceptible gloominess flashed on the priest's face. Could it be that the ruler they had served their entire lives had truly fallen? The first mote of blue light touched the black robe. Then, it ignored its isolation and fused into Qin Yu's body. Subconsciously, Qin Yu closed his eyes. A sense of weariness rose within him. He tried his best to stay awake, but he soon fell into a half-asleep, half-awake state. This was a wonderful feeling. It was like he was soaking in warm spring water, gently rising and falling with the ripples. His entire body and mind relaxed. Thus, Qin Yu fell into a deep sleep. Thus, in a situation where he was completely unaware of what was happening, he would stir up great waves in the sea race capital city and even affect the changes of the entire sea region. In the eyes of countless seafolk outside, Qin Yu's body slowly rose into the air and was wrapped up in motes of blue light. They joyfully poured into his body. Faintly discernible syllables echoed in the air, similar to what the priests made. But they were more vague and solemn, bringing with them an unsurpassed majesty as they descended. The 4 priests respectfully knelt to the ground, prostrating themselves in worship. Tears flowed from their eyes. At this moment, the sea spirit baptism had officially begun. Old Sea's face was filled with envy. Sea spirit baptism, tsk. What a pity, it is impossible for me to obtain the favor of the sea spirit again. His appearance left Chief Manager Wu and the others speechless. For better or worse, he had experienced it before, so why did he have to say such things in front of them? Clearwood said in a soft voice, "Teacher, I have never seen the sea spirit baptism before. Just how does it proceed?" Old C had a pensive expression. "I feel as if I were in a dream. In this dream, I experienced many things, but after I woke up I couldn't remember them. There were only some blurry images. Of course, this is only my own experience. It is said that every person that communicates with the sea spirit will have different lucky chances." These words were the same as not saying anything at all. Everyone felt as if a small claw had appeared in their hearts, making them feel even more uncomfortable. Chief Manager Wu coughed. "Old C, do you know how to judge how many harvests one receives from the sea spirit baptism?" Old C turned around, a look of surprise on his face. He sighed. "Little Wu, your temperament still needs to be tempered. How come you still haven't regained your composure after such a long time?" He lifted a finger. "The harvests of the sea spirit baptism are determined by how long it takes." Without waiting for Chief Manager Wu to feel awkward, Old C continued to say, "An hour is enough. If one can reach 2 hours, then that is considered extremely outstanding. In the past, I was only a quarter hour short of 2 hours. Among the purple card changes, I was considered one of the better ones." Clearwood pursed her lips. Then teacher, do you think Mr. Ning, how long can he? Everyone's eyes widened and their ears perked up. Old C was silent for a moment. He shook his head. It's hard to say. But little friend Ning has always exceeded our expectations. He should be able to surpass me, so it is possible that he can reach 2 hours. This was Old C's judgment. It was also the judgment of all the sea folk that had the qualifications to know about the sea spirit baptism. 2 hours was already an extremely difficult time. But as time passed, some people began to find it difficult to sit still. Their buttocks began to move back and forth as if they had sores. An hour passed. Over an hour passed. Almost 2 hours passed. 2 hours passed. The rhythmic sky above the altar was still rippling at a steady pace, sprinkling down countless specks of blue light. It was like a continuous drizzle in autumn, falling endlessly. It was falling. It was still falling. It was still falling. Thus, countless people looked at the altar, at the figure within the blue motes of light. They couldn't help but feel envy. He is truly worthy of being a spiritual bestower. Countless sea spirit teachers sighed. But they didn't know that this was only the beginning of their sighs. This day was destined to be branded in the depths of the souls of countless sea folk. Even in death, they wouldn't be able to forget it. 2 hours, Old C whispered. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy deep in his eyes. Hashtag, 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 it's the beginning of the month. I ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. Also, if you are able to, please join the network and support genuine subscriptions. Thank you everyone. Chapter 158. Clearwood watched her teacher's reaction. Her thoughts stirred. Teacher, will there be any additional harvests after 2 hours? Old C thought for a moment and smiled. It's not a secret, so I don't mind telling you. But it's best if you don't casually speak of it. He paused. In truth, the sea spirit baptism, or to be more precise, is a gift bestowed by the sea spirit. This gift is scattered throughout the descending sea spirit strength. Because it is too scattered, only by absorbing enough sea spirit strength can one piece together the gift, or at least a part of it. 2 hours is the limit. Once one surpasses it, there is an extremely high chance of obtaining the gift bestowed by the sea spirit. As Old C's expression was calm, but his heart was filled with envy, Qin Yu's soul and body began to gradually lose strength after 2 hours of absorption. It wasn't that he couldn't absorb anymore, but that he instinctively felt a deep weariness that made it impossible for him to continue capturing the blue motes of light. To explain it in layman terms, it was like a hungry person chewing for too long and their mouth was so tired that they couldn't open it. Unless someone stuffed food into their mouth, they could only helplessly stare at the food in front of them. This was the limit. Qin Yu hadn't awakened yet, but the comfortable feeling of a hot spring began to shake him. He wanted to stay, but the shaking became increasingly strong. Without accident, Qin Yu would soon awaken. Then, this sea spirit baptism would come to an end. But as Qin Yu was about to awaken, in a corner of Prosperity Square, several large time-sensing corals began to turn ghostly blue. On the quiet little blue lamp in his storage ring, layers of deep blue light began to spread out, reaching a radius of a foot. Then, everything changed. In the sky, above the altar, the rhythm began to quietly change. Then, the speed at which the blue motes of light fell began to accelerate. At this time, if someone could open Qin Yu's storage ring, they would discover that the vast majority of these blue motes of light were pouring into it, falling into the foot-long blue sea. Thus, in this tranquil and pure foot-long blue sea that seemed like the deepest sea in the world, ripples began to appear. It was like a small pond that was receiving rainwater. Since it received rainwater, the surface of the pond would naturally rise. Thus, as time continued to pass, the area it covered suddenly expanded to a foot. The vast majority of the sea spirit's strength was plundered by the little blue lamp, but there was still a portion that rushed into Qin Yu's body. Thus, just like what was said above, it was as if he was so tired that he could no longer open his mouth, but someone was feeding him food. Thus, the soul cheered and the body leaped. Eat, eat, eat. He would follow the path of a foodie to the end. The seafolk didn't know that the main character had quietly changed. Their complexions gradually darkened, and even the calmest of sea spirit teachers began to tremble. 3.5 hours. 4 hours. Elder High muttered, "How is this possible?" This was his thought, and it also represented the inner cries of countless sea spirit teachers. 4 hours. The sea spirit baptism had continued for an entire 4 hours. Chairman Su had a blank expression. He tried to recall the ancient texts he had read. Wasn't there such a record in the history of the sea races? But the problem was that the sea spirit baptism still didn't show any signs of stopping. Who knew how long it would continue for? Old Su had a complex look in his eyes. Mr. Ning, may I ask just who are you? Why are you so favored by the sea spirit? Of course, this was a more elegant way of putting it. To put it more crudely, it was that surname Ning. What qualifications do you have to do this? To this point. But before old Su could think this through, a seafolk member of the competition hurried to his side and whispered a few words to him. Chairman Su's complexion darkened and then paled in the next moment. A trace of panic and helplessness appeared in his eyes. After hesitating for a breath of time, he stamped his feet and rushed over. Old High frowned. What happened? Chairman Su anxiously said, reporting to Old High, "We just received news that the energy reserves used to maintain the sea spirit baptism are about to run out." As a purple card, Old High had personally experienced the sea spirit baptism, so he was well aware of what this meant. He roared out, "What did you do?" Chairman Su wanted to cry. In truth, the committee had made ample preparations, but no one imagined that they would encounter a freakish character that could maintain the sea spirit baptism for over 4 hours. Old High took a deep breath, his thoughts racing. "We absolutely cannot stop. What do you need? I will immediately order people to prepare it." Chairman Su wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and thanked him again and again. What sort of situation was this? If the sea spirit baptism was interrupted because of insufficient preparations, that would be the same as cutting off Mr. Ning's heaven-shaking good fortune. This would be a mortal enmity that would not end until one side was dead. The committee was so busy that no one noticed that the 4 priests were staring at the altar with bewilderment in their eyes. They could faintly feel that something had changed, but as they carefully probed, they couldn't find the source. They were left confused. But as they looked at the rapidly gushing sea spirit power and thought about how it hadn't stopped even after 4 hours, the 4 priests had looks of disbelief on their faces. Then, their eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. They glanced at each other and lowered their heads to hide their emotions. But between their hearts and minds, there were already tumbling waves. The opening of the sea spirit baptism wasn't a simple matter. The preparations were complex, and not just sufficient spirit stones could replenish the energy. There were many treasures involved, and even with Old High's status, it would be difficult to gather them all in a short period of time. As Chairman Su's forehead was dripping with sweat and his complexion gradually paled, thinking that he was doomed to suffer a great disaster, a fleet of carriages howled out from the palace gates. His Majesty had made his move. The royal palace's treasury was said to contain half of the sea region's wealth. Perhaps this was an exaggeration, but the number of treasures stored here was unparalleled under the heavens. In just a moment, they had gathered enough treasures to support the sea spirit priest for 4 hours. Then, a small mountain of spirit stones piled up and filled it in. He let out a long breath. After determining that the sea spirit priest wasn't in any danger because of this, Chairman Su let out a long breath. It was only then that he discovered that the back of his robes were soaked with sweat. Old High was speaking with a white-faced old man. This old man was stout and had a friendly smile on his face. If he could talk and laugh with Old High, then his status naturally wasn't low. "Soupman, His Majesty's actions," Old High tentatively said. Soupman was called Soupman. Although his name was strange, this was his freedom. Others couldn't bear to part with him. Of course, with this person's status, as long as one knew a thing or two, they would be filled with awe. How could they dare to be disrespectful in the least? His Majesty loves talent. You should be well aware of this in Spirit Capital. A spiritual bestower that hasn't appeared in 1,000 years and has even managed to stimulate the sea spirit baptism for over 4 hours. No matter which point it is worth His Majesty taking action. He kindly smiled. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Old High nodded. He cupped his hands across his chest and bid his farewells. After taking several steps, a dignified look appeared in his eyes. Teacher, who is he? Why are you? Clearwood whispered. Why are you so respectful, right? Old High forced a smile. This person has an honorable status. Even His Majesty has to be respectful to him. Moreover, with his age and seniority, it is normal for me to lower my head in respect. You see, there are already many people here. They have all gathered together. Clearwood looked over. Indeed, this Soupman was surrounded by many people. Even some of the other purple card sea spirit teachers had appeared. Looking over, it seemed that even the lowest status was a top dignitary of the capital city. These nobles, who used to be very arrogant, now had smiles on their faces, and flattery was like a tide. Clearwood was secretly startled. She thought that this Soupman was truly a top figure. The Qing family patriarch and Madame Qing stood in the crowd. Even though they were in the limelight, they didn't think of approaching him. They only stood to the side, smiling. Soupman's eyes flashed. He suddenly said, "Is this a junior of Duke Qing? Duke Qing and I were old acquaintances in the past. It's just that I've been too lazy to move these past years, so I haven't been around much." Duke Qing was the most important ancestor in the rise of the Qing family. He had single-handedly brought a small noble family into the circle of the capital city's top dignitaries. Unfortunately, as he passed away, the Qing family no longer had such a character. After several twists and turns, the Qing family had gradually withered away. Now, they were barely able to maintain the momentum of the Qing family. Their background wasn't too great. The Qing family patriarch was pleasantly surprised. He respectfully bowed. "I once heard Father mention that Soupman and my ancestor were close friends. I never thought it would be true." The surrounding nobles smiled, but they were cursing in their hearts. This surname Qing was truly shameless. Soupman only said that they were old acquaintances and not close friends? He was simply trying to flatter himself. However, cursing in their hearts was one thing, but they couldn't reveal it. Although the Qing family wasn't much, they had given birth to a good daughter. Her vision was unique, and she had chosen Mr. Leon, who hadn't yet risen to fame. She was Mr. Ning's only disciple, and Mr. Ning was close to her. Her future prospects were limitless. Didn't they see that even a character like Soupman was beginning to express goodwill towards the Qing family? If they tightly held on to Mr. Ning's thigh, then the Qing family would likely rise again. Madame Qing respectfully smiled. Her eyes passed through the crowd and looked towards the altar. As she looked at the figure wrapped in motes of blue light, her eyes revealed a deep sigh. He had actually succeeded. In a trance, Leon's figure appeared in front of her. Now was the time to worry about whether or not he was dissatisfied. Madame Qing's smile turned a bit bitter, but it was even more calm. She believed in her own judgment of people. That child was a bit stubborn, but he was sincere towards Qingqing. As long as this didn't change, she would naturally have a way to restore his impression of her. She swept her eyes around. All of the nobles of the capital city were smiling intimately, but in truth they were envious and jealous, all of them wanting to replace Mr. Ning. Madame Qing quietly straightened her back. She thought that her daughter wouldn't give them the slightest chance to take advantage of her, so it was best for them to give up on such thoughts as soon as possible. After speaking a few more words, Soupman waved his hand. The sea spirit baptism is still continuing. With so many of us here, we shouldn't disturb Mr. Ning. Let's disperse first. The nobles naturally nodded. They bowed and drew back. The Qing family patriarch's face flushed red with excitement. As he heard Madame Qing whisper something in his ear, he revealed a bit of hesitation. "Isn't this a bit too hasty? I fear that others will laugh at my Qing family," Madame Qing lightly said. "Laughing is also a laugh of envy. But if we are too slow, I fear that others will think of a way to snatch him away." The Qing family patriarch's thoughts raced. As he thought about how the nobles of the capital city did things, he was sure that they would do what they expected. He gently sighed. "Then let's do it like this." Madame Qing patted his hand. "Don't worry, I will handle it. That child Leon's character isn't bad. He won't make things difficult for us." With just a few words, an important matter was settled. Not too far away, Old C looked at Soup Man, who was waiting at the altar with great interest. He whispered to himself, little friend Ning, I don't know if this is good or bad for you." Chapter 159. Soupman's arrival caused a small commotion. But soon, everyone's attention turned back to the altar. Gradually, many sea folk began to whisper in their hearts. This Mr. Ning was truly capable of causing trouble. How could he be so capable? Couldn't he just be a normal person for once? He would only be satisfied if he exceeded everyone's expectations every time. Of course, this thought was sour. However, after looking for a long time, Xiao Chen's neck began to ache. Counting silently, it had been almost 6 hours. The square of prosperity was silent. With such a long period of time, he might have broken the record long ago. Soupman's smiling face gradually brightened. But deep in his eyes there was a trace of happiness, as well as a bit of urgency. Thus, at the 6th hour, when Chairman Su braced himself and came over to tell him that the energy reserves were running low again, Soupman's attitude was unexpectedly good. He smiled and waved his hand, not even bothering to ask why the consumption of energy was so fast. As the manager of the royal palace's treasury, Soupman loved wealth. But he was also accustomed to seeing wealth. So what if he spent trillions and trillions? After all, this Mr. Ning was highly likely. Even if he couldn't confirm it, it was enough. Chairman Su let out a long breath and hurried away. He could faintly guess why Soupman had come here, so he became even more earnest. But after only an hour, he saw that the energy level was rapidly decreasing, and that it was close to the warning line. His face was filled with dismay, and he turned his head to look to the side. The person sent by Soupman frowned for a moment before relaxing. Soupman said that if there isn't enough, you can directly take more. Thus, the third batch of replenishing treasures was injected. Chairman Su wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his face gradually turning pale. The amount of energy needed to replenish the ceremony 3 times in a row was so great that he felt dizzy just thinking about it. The profits from the Sea Spirit Teacher competition belonged to the organizers. Thus, the corresponding expenses would naturally be borne by the organizers. The treasures that were taken out from the royal palace's treasury would eventually have to be returned in the future. Moreover, it could only be more, not less. After all, there was interest on a loan. Moreover, it was His Majesty who had helped out in a crisis. Even if it was less, it would be a great disrespect. That old man Soupman was famous in this aspect. After calculating his family's assets, Chairman Su gritted his teeth again and again. In the end, he couldn't hold on until the end. Thus, when he replenished the ritual energy for the 4th time, his legs kicked and he fainted. Naturally, there was another round of chaos. 8 hours had passed. Qin Yu felt as if he had slept for a long time. It was comfortable and cozy. His consciousness was hazy and he instinctively didn't want to wake up. But at a certain moment, the warmth that enveloped him suddenly turned into a bone-piercing cold. A dense aura penetrated his heart and nearly froze his soul. It was as if some mysterious existence had opened its eyes and was casually looking over. Within the storage ring, the little blue lamp gently trembled. The surrounding blue sea began to fluctuate and an invisible aura spread out, covering Qin Yu. Thus, the chill suddenly dissipated. Shua Qin Yu opened his eyes, a bit dazed. Something seemed to struggle deep in his mind for a moment before blooming. The void trembled and an image of the sea appeared above his head. Waves surged and there were stars and islands dotting it, spreading out until it occupied the entire space above the altar. It was so real that one could see the existence of the capital city in this sea image. Countless seafolk cried out in alarm, as if they were witnessing a miracle. A gust of wind blew past, and the image of the sea region faded away. It was like an illusion, but it still existed. All eyes are focused. Arriving at the altar, the black robe slowly descended, revealing endless respect and admiration. This was the gift of the sea spirit. Mr. Ning would surely have a great harvest. This was the common understanding of all the seafolk. But at this time, the envious Qin Yu was in a daze. He carefully sensed the changes in his body, and then again and again, that's right, this was his harvest, a gift from the sea spirit. A sea map. It was the sea map that had appeared above his head just now, the vast and boundless sea region. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He thought that the sea spirit was a bit too stingy. He could only comfort himself by finding joy in his sorrow. For better or worse, he wouldn't have to worry about getting lost in the sea in the future. Perhaps selling sea maps in the future would be a good choice. A purple jade card fell down from the air. Qin Yu subconsciously reached out a hand to catch it. With a loud cracking sound, the jade card that represented his status as a purple card sea spirit teacher began to crack. This 4 priests flew up from the altar and bowed. Congratulations, Mr. Ning, for obtaining a great gift from the sea spirit. Their attitudes were still gentle, but deep in their indifferent eyes, there was a trace of excitement, as if they were inexplicably close to something. Qin Yu cupped his hands together in greeting. His feet moved and there was a loud bang on the ground. Luckily, the material of the altar itself was extraordinary, so it wasn't damaged. He stiffened, revealing a bit of embarrassment. Of course, this was only on the surface. Deep in Qin Yu's heart, he was pleasantly surprised. He had no idea where the thoughts of the sea spirit being stingy had gone. Although he hadn't carefully sensed it yet, his harvest this time seemed to have surpassed his imagination. A priest smiled and comforted him. There's no problem. It's just that your strength has risen too quickly, so Mr. Ning can't control it for now. You will naturally recover after some time. The priest at the side was about to say something, but at this time, many people flew over. He swallowed his words and turned to leave. Old C was the first to land. He glanced at the jade card in Qin Yu's hand and wryly smiled. Little friend Ning, today you really moved the world. His eyes were full of envy and praise. This continued for nearly 10 hours. In addition to the sea map that suddenly appeared just now, it was obvious that Qin Yu had obtained monstrous benefits from the sea spirit baptism. TSK. Didn't you see his status jade card shattering with a casual grab? Old C was well aware of just how solid its material was. Qin Yu was puzzled. What happened? Chief Manager Wu was stunned. He cautiously said, "Say, Mr." "I don't know," Qin Yu nodded. The seafolk that had gathered over to congratulate Qin Yu suddenly felt their lips twitch. They thought that Qin Yu had caused such a great ruckus, and yet they didn't know about it. Was this really good? Some people opened their mouths and countless beautiful words gushed out. They wanted to sing praises and flatter Qin Yu, but they had to do a good job of flattering him. But just as the flattery began, Old C waved his hand and interrupted them. "That's enough. Let's talk about it later. Little friend Ning needs to rest right now." He glanced at Qin Yu. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. He nodded and said, "I am a bit tired and it's inconvenient for me to move around right now. I'll have to trouble Old C to bring me along." He cupped his hands together and apologized to the many seafolk dignitaries around him. Since Mr. Ning was tired, no one dared to have any objections. Now that they had gathered over, They were only trying to get acquainted with him and express their attitude. No one really wanted to take this chance to climb up their relationship. If they wanted to use their connections, they would definitely wait until Mr. Ning was well rested and then personally visit him with a generous gift. Only then would they show their sincerity. Old C flicked his sleeves and wrapped Qin Yu up. Although he was injured, his cultivation was still there. He brought him down the altar and onto the sea spirit. To continue this chapter, please continue to the next page, My Carriage. Without stopping, the carriage raced straight out of the square. It was unknown who started first. Congratulations, Honorable Ning. Thus, the crowd began to shout like thunder. Congratulations, Honorable Ning. This was the respect that the sea folk gave to Qin Yu. The more they lost, the more sincere they had to shout out to show that they didn't care at all. Some sea spirit teachers began to leave. As they looked at the departing carriage, they wondered whether or not Sea Spirit Pavilion was still recruiting people. In the midst of the clamor, Soupman smiled as he watched the carriage leave. He didn't say anything, because he would eventually find out what he wanted to know. He waved his hand and led his people back to the royal palace. Without reporting to His Majesty, he entered the mansion he had built in the treasure house and let out a comfortable sigh. But as he thought of today's massive expenditure, he furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Send someone to hurry up the competition committee. When will they return the spirit stones they owe us?" The unconscious chairman Su twitched. For some unknown reason, tears began to roll down his cheeks. As the carriage drove far away from the square, he could still hear the sounds of congratulations. Qin Yu leaned back against a soft couch, trying his best not to move. But on the smooth surface of the purple coral table, there were 2 clear finger marks. It was clear that someone had killed him. Old C, it seems that I've done something extraordinary again. The corners of Si Lingdu's eyes jumped up. You really don't know? I don't know. Old C was left speechless. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Could it be that you nearly scared me to the point of pissing myself? He angrily waved his hand. Wait a bit and have someone else tell you. I'm tired. Qin Yu coughed. Old C, I thought I was tired? Old C glared at him. Brat, don't be so ungrateful. Luckily I brought you out in time, otherwise you would have been in trouble. As he spoke to her, he furrowed his eyebrows and thought for a long time. Then, he said with a bit of helplessness, but even if I avoid it for a while, I can't avoid it forever. It's only a matter of time. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. What is the meaning of this? Old C immediately told him about Supman's actions. Since it involved Qin Yu and that person in the palace, he naturally spoke in a cautious and cryptic manner. It should be because your performance today was far too astonishing, so you attracted attention. There are some things that I cannot mention too much about, but if they really do come looking for you in the future, remember not to refuse. He was secretive, but it was precisely because of this that he seemed unusual. With Old C's status, for him to be so cautious and also involve that grand royal palace, there seemed to be a connection to the situation. Qin Yu frowned. If he were a seafolk and his fame rose and he obtained the attention of the royal palace, perhaps he would be pleased with himself or perhaps he would be nervous. But the key problem was that he was a human. This was the sea race's royal palace. One didn't need to think to know that it was heavily guarded and that powerhouses were as common as trees in a forest. Entering was simple, but if he wasn't careful, he feared he would be exposed. That was causing complications. Since that person in the royal palace had already cast a glance at him, it was clear that his every move was being watched. His idea of quietly leaving the capital city had already turned into a bubble before he could carry it out. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Indeed, in this world, where there were gains, there were losses. The carriage entered Sea Spirit Pavilion. The seafolk left behind had already learned of Mr. Ning's victory through the live broadcast. Ecstasy spread out. In the shortest period of time, The entire Sea Spirit Pavilion was decorated with a joyous atmosphere. When Qin Yu stepped out of the carriage, all he saw were awe in everyone's eyes. Some beautiful seafolk women even blinked their eyes, as if they wanted to say something. At this time, he wasn't in the mood to bother with them. He hurriedly said a few words and then walked into the workshop, closing the door behind him. Chapter 160. Leon's face flushed red. Even now, it still hadn't subsided. Now that his teacher wasn't here, he had become the center of attention, receiving congratulations and envy. Qingqing stuck close to his side, her snow-white neck as proud as a little swan. She used her eyes to scare away all the women with ill intentions. When the crowd dispersed a little, Qingqing pulled Leon to the side and whispered, "Where is Mr. Ning?" As she mentioned this name, her complexion stiffened. In addition to the usual respect, there was now a bit more awe and solemnity. She had already obtained her mother's instructions and knew what Mr. Ning's current status was, so she naturally acted like this. Leon wiped away his sweat. Teacher has gone back to rest. I think he is digesting the benefits he obtained from the sea spirit. His words were filled with joy, worship, and even a bit of pride that couldn't be concealed. Although he hadn't thought too much about it, his teacher was now ranked third of the 10 great purple cards and was also a legendary spiritual bestower. He had drawn up the sea spirit baptism for nearly 10 hours. With such a teacher, it was hard not to be proud. Qingqing bit her lips and whispered, "Mr. Leon is now a hot commodity and is destined to become a great figure in the future. I can see that some women are looking at you as if they want to tear you apart and swallow you whole." Leon's face flushed red. He quickly waved his hand. No, everyone is only congratulating teacher. It has nothing to do with me." "Humph. Whether or not it has anything to do with you, you know it yourself." Leon had a bitter expression. "Qingqing, just what do you want?" "Good, you're already getting impatient with me. I know that Mr. Leon's standards are too high and you don't like a little girl from a humble family like me." Leon nearly cried. "Qingqing, there is absolutely no such thing. Whatever you say, I will do. I have absolutely no opinion, okay?" Qingqing wrinkled her nose. "What did you say?" Seeing her attitude soften, Leon swore to himself. Indeed, there really wasn't a true blockhead when it came to men and women. This simple boy had taught himself how to deal with girls. Qingqing smiled. Her face blushed red. She whispered, "Mother told me to bring you home." Her voice became increasingly quiet. Leon cried out, a silly grin on his face. Qingqing blushed. She rolled her eyes at him, but her heart was filled with happiness. She felt as if the world had suddenly widened. As his only disciple obtained the approval of the sea spirit baptism and was about to return home with a beauty, Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged in his workroom. Old C had briefly mentioned the sea spirit baptism to him, so his complexion was a bit strange. He was well aware of his own situation. Perhaps his soul and mortal body were a bit more formidable. In a situation where the sea spirit didn't notice, it was indeed possible for the sea spirit baptism to continue for a bit longer. But for nearly 10 hours, that was impossible. At this time, he sat cross-legged. He frowned, frowed, and thought. He estimated that he would reach his limit after a little more than 2 hours. After all, when his consciousness was about to wake up, he would still have some awareness. Thus, there was an exaggerated result of nearly 10 hours. Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He turned his hand and a brilliant light flashed. The blue light in his palm was as calm as the deep sea. As he looked down, his pupils shrank. He had always regarded the little blue lamp as the foundation of his life. Thus, there was no need to explain how much Qin Yu valued it. The foot of sea blue seemed to have grown larger. Qin Yu had a dignified expression. He lifted his hand, his eyes sharp. After looking at it for a long time, he confirmed his judgment. It had indeed grown larger. Now it covered a radius of 1 foot and 2 inches. He had felt helpless countless times because the little blue lamp's range was too small. But he never expected that in a situation where he wasn't prepared, things would change. As he thought, the matter of the sea spirit baptism was caused by the little blue lamp. Qin Yu was silent for a long time. Then, he revealed a gratified expression. Although this would cause him to enter the eyes of that person in the royal palace and make it difficult for him to escape, his harvests and the changes in the little blue lamp were all worth it. In particular, he was able to confirm that the little blue lamp's strength wasn't unchanging. Could grow. This faintly pointed out a path for Qin Yu. Perhaps he might not be able to obtain the strength of the sea mausoleum, but there was still heavenly tribulation. There was definitely a deep meaning behind the little blue lamp swallowing tribulation thunder. With the changes of the little blue lamp today, he might have to take this matter seriously. Qin Yu temporarily suppressed this thought. He thought back to the sea map he obtained from the sea spirit and couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression. He was almost certain that the bone-chilling cold he felt when he awoke was a warning from the sea spirit. The little blue lamp's actions had been discovered. So, this sea map that wouldn't make him lose his way had definitely been replaced. A trace of disappointment rose in his heart. After all, according to Old Sea, the gifts of the sea spirit were often extremely formidable strength. But soon, this disappointment was crushed and turned into a bit of joy. After all, he had been discovered cheating by the sea spirit, and even though he was a human, he was still alive and kicking. That was already amazing. After sweeping away these random thoughts, Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to carefully explore just how many harvests he had obtained from the sea spirit baptism. An hour later, he opened his eyes. After enduring for a long time, he finally laughed out loud. No wonder the sea spirit had given him a warning in the end. It was likely that the little blue lamp's insatiable greed had left it helpless. His harvest this time was indeed as great as he had imagined. No, it should be said that it was even greater, much, much greater. His soul had nearly doubled in size. When he was at the golden core level, he was already extremely formidable. Now, he feared he might even be on the same level as an ordinary nascent soul. Every inch of his flesh and blood seemed to have undergone a baptism, becoming more tenacious and powerful. Not only had he completely mastered the strength he had plundered from the strange tumor, but it had also increased by more than a single level. Qin Yu even thought that by relying on his current mortal body strength, he would be able to directly contend with a middle or late golden core cultivator. This risk was worth it. Qin Yu temporarily suppressed the attention from the royal palace. Right now, he was impatient to control his rapidly growing strength. Then, with the current intensity of his soul, he should be able to smoothly refine the five-element spiritual objects. Mr. Ning had crushed Wu Zetian and risen to the third-rank purple card. This should have been the most explosive news, but as the sea spirit baptism continued for 10 hours and his reputation as a spiritual bestower began to spread, it actually became commonplace. Perhaps in the eyes of countless seafolk, the current Honorable Ning no longer needed the status of a purple card. This was because he himself had already surpassed a purple card. He was in existence on a higher level. Because of this, Sea Spirit Pavilion gained benefit. Countless Sea Spirit teachers flocked over, asking whether or not they could join. This caused a wave of hopping that swept through the sea region. In the past, Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire had opposed each other with equal harshness. But now, they simply didn't have the strength to fight back. Nearly half of the powerful Sea Spirit teachers under their command had been lost and their morale was dispirited. Correspondingly, Sea Spirit Pavilion's business boomed to another level. This was especially true of the Capital City Branch Division. Countless seafolk waved their Spirit Stone cards, requesting to sign a supreme agreement. Special edition. Even if the price was raised again and again, and the starting price was already 300,000 yuan, it still could not dampen the enthusiasm of the local tycoons. In their words, if they spent this money and were able to form a relationship with Honorable Ning, that would be a glorious thing to say. Without any other choice, Sea Spirit Pavilion could only accept the spirit stone cards that these people sent over in tears. Chief Manager Wu had a light expression, but inwardly he was smiling like a chrysanthemum. Who didn't like making money? Although he currently held a mind-boggling amount of wealth in his hands, this was Mr. Ning, so he didn't dare to have any thoughts about it. At the same time, he inwardly admired Mr. Ning's breadth of mind. Mr. Ning had come back with such a massive amount of wealth, but he hadn't even asked about it and had instead left it here. However, he really had to think of a way to give it to Mr. Ning as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be the same as now, where he wouldn't even dare to casually step out of Sea Spirit Pavilion. The 4 Seafolk swordsmen would also follow behind him. He couldn't be careless. If there was an accident, he wouldn't be able to pay it back even if he sold himself. He comfortably sat down in a chair and took a sip of tea. Then, he comfortably sighed. Now, he had fallen in love with Honorable Ning's hobby. It was truly a refreshing matter. His eyes fell onto the 7th floor. As he thought about Honorable Ning's invitations, if they were piled up, it would probably be that high. He had no idea when he would come out. Honorable Ning hasn't come out yet? Soupman frowned. The grand hall was filled with gold and purple. It didn't have any sense of beauty at all. Rather, it seemed incomparably tacky. But as long as one came here, they would be filled with awe and awe. Who would be in the mood to judge the beauty of this hall? 4 black-robed figures knelt on the ground, their auras completely restrained. If one didn't see them with their eyes, they wouldn't even be able to sense them. Reporting to Soupman, we have investigated through various channels. Ever since the day of the Sea Spirit baptism, Honorable Ning has been in seclusion and hasn't come out. In this aspect, we have also confirmed it with Honorable Ning's disciple, Leon. The 4 black-robed figures remained motionless. It was impossible to tell who was speaking. Soupman had a thoughtful look. It seems that Honorable Ning's harvests have been quite plentiful this time. He smiled and whispered to himself, "The more the better, the more the better." After several breaths of time, he waved his hand. "You may leave. Pay close attention to any news from Honorable Ning. I want to know as soon as he leaves the workshop." "Yes, Soupman." The 4 black-robed figures stood up and left. They didn't go through the main entrance. Instead, they vanished from the hall, going somewhere unknown. Ching-Ching kicked a stone in boredom. She pouted. "When will Mr. Ning leave seclusion?" Madame Ching sighed. "Is my family's miss really in such a hurry to marry off?" Sure enough, the humans have a good saying. Girls tend to be extroverted, but they tend to help outsiders. Ching-Ching didn't think that her unintentional words would be stopped by her mother. Her face flushed red and she stuttered, How could I? Then there's no hurry. How about you accompany me and your father for a few more years? In any case, Leon is currently forging his own future, so he shouldn't be distracted by the family." Madame Ching teased. Ching-Ching stamped her feet. "Mother! You are laughing at me." Madame Ching hugged her, a peaceful smile on her face. "Mother is happy for you. Just wait a little longer. With Mr. Ning helping you and Leon preside over your marriage, your future road will be much easier. Ching-Ching, in the end, it is your judgment that is good. Leon is a good child. I hope that you can live well in the future." Ching-Ching blinked her eyes. "If we can coax Leon, then our Ching family will have another great backer, right?" Looking at her quirky daughter, Madame Ching pointed a finger at her forehead. "You." Chapter 161. The great desert stretched into the heavens, stretching as far as the eye could see. The sun seemed to be right above their heads, spreading out a terrifying burning aura. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but yellow sand. There wasn't the least bit of color or life. Wild winds rose and fell, sweeping up grains of sand that blotted out the sky. Then, one towering yellow sand mountain after another was formed. These sand mountains were scattered deep within the desert. What was strange was that no matter how strong the winds blew, they never fell down from the day they were born. In fact, they didn't even move at all, as if there was an invisible strength suppressing everything. Until one day, a star fell from the sky, smashing open a terrifying pit in the desert. A cauldron appeared in his line of sight. It was smashed apart by the star, revealing a palm-sized bead within. The entire bead was yellow like jade but not jade. It had a glossy luster. As the bead appeared, the surrounding desert for 1,000 miles sank down, as if it couldn't bear the weight. Qin Yu opened his eyes and digested the memories in his soul. Within his Dantian Sea, there was an earth attribute bead that was silent. The willow branches gently swayed, sprinkling down a vast expanse of green divine light as they cheered in joy. Water, wood, fire, earth. Of the 5 elements, there was only one missing: metal. His soul still had strength left over, so refining a metal attribute spiritual object wasn't difficult at all. Qin Yu lifted his hand and swallowed a pill, quietly restoring his losses. He wanted to refine the metal attribute spiritual object in a single go and gather all 5 elements together. But at this time, someone knocked on the door to his workroom. Qin Yu frowned, a thoughtful look in his eyes. With his current status and identity, the only people who would dare to disturb him, even though he was in seclusion, were those people from the royal palace. He opened the door and saw Chief Manager Wu personally accompanying him. Old C was silent, as if he weren't happy. The indifferent young seafolk bowed. "Greetings, Honorable Ning. Soupman has invited you. If there has been any disturbance, I hope Honorable Ning can be magnanimous enough to forgive me." His voice was gentle and polite, his tone calm and composed. Qin Yu nodded. All right. Since Old C was here, then he clearly knew. Since he didn't stop him, there was no need for him to say anything more. "Thank you, Honorable Ning. The carriage is waiting outside. I will wait for you. Honorable Ning, there is no harm in tidying up." He bowed and left. It was clear he wanted to give Qin Yu a chance to inquire. Old C said, "Things have changed." He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Little friend Ning, if possible, please do your best. This is a secret, so I can't say much about it. You will naturally know once you enter the palace. However, if things don't work out, little friend doesn't need to worry too much. With your current status in the sea race, no one can casually touch you." Helplessness flashed in Qin Yu's heart. As expected, however, he did not reveal anything on his face. After all, he had already expected this to happen. A moment later, Qin Yu stepped into Sea Spirit Pavilion. His robes were still black, but there was a purple jade pendant hanging from his waist. This item had the ability to repair itself, so even though it had been badly damaged that day, it was now as good as new. Several carriages were neatly arranged with the insignia of the royal family on them. Countless members of the seafolk revealed looks of awe, but when they saw the black-robed figure walk out, they suddenly understood. It was no wonder that the royal family valued him so much and was willing to wait quietly. Only this great master could do that. The seafolk stopped, cupped their hands and bowed. Qin Yu nodded in return and boarded the carriage. With a shout, the carriage slowly began to move. The royal carriage passed through the streets, unimpeded along the way. As it passed by Prosperity Square, Qin Yu's mind stirred and he inexplicably sensed something. He pushed open the window and looked at the vast and empty space. On the stage, the altar was no longer there, but he could still feel the aura it emitted. It was as if, after the sea spirit baptism, he had unknowingly formed a connection with the altar. The carriage didn't approach the main entrance of the royal palace. Rather, it followed the palace walls for a while, and then drove in through a small door. He could faintly hear the ringing of a bell, and the inexplicable connection with the altar disappeared with it. At this time, there was another person in the carriage. It was the one who had spoken before. This person cupped his hands together and said, "Honorable Ning, we are in the palace. Please forgive us." Qin Yu nodded. He leaned back in his soft chair and closed his eyes. The sound of the window closing echoed in his ears. They walked and stopped. The inspection was strict. After an hour, the carriage finally stopped. "Honorable Ning, please." Qin Yu pushed open the door and stepped out. In front of him was a large blue residence. It was so deep that it almost seemed black. The main entrance wasn't ostentatious and even seemed a bit cramped, but it was filled with an imposing aura. Qin Yu looked around. This style of residence was actually quite different from the gorgeous and curvaceous architectural style of the Sea Race capital city. The outside of the residence seemed normal, but after his soul soared, he could still feel a faint aura. It was silent like a mountain, but once it erupted, it could tear everything to shreds. It was clear that this place wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. "Grandmaster Ning, Soupman has been waiting for a long time. I cannot enter without permission, so I can only send you here." His voice was calm and respectful. Qin Yu nodded. He walked to the front of the residence. As if the residence had expected his arrival, the simple and heavy doors quietly opened. Qin Yu's eyes fell on the courtyard. His eyebrows shot up and surprise flashed in his eyes. Of course, it was only for an instant before he returned to normal. He walked into this unexpected mansion. That's right, it was a mansion. This was the only word that could describe it. Moreover, it was the most luxurious residence that Qin Yu had ever seen in his life. Gold bricks paved the ground. Gold stones piled up into mountains. Gold bars inlaid into the corners as decorations. As far as the eye could see, it was all gold. Countless treasures dotted the area, emitting a halo of light that reflected off the golden light, making it even more dazzling. Gold and silver circulated in the mortal world, similar to spirit stones circulating in cultivators. But in the end, they weren't spirit stones, so cultivators rarely placed them in their eyes. But he never imagined that this Soupman would have such strange hobbies. But the dazzling golden light filled his eyes and he couldn't help but admit that he was filled with a heroic spirit, thick and sticky to the touch. Naturally, he was truly wealthy. Disregarding the gold, just the sea treasures that were used as decorations were all extremely expensive. In the final moments of the Sea Spirit Teacher competition, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and he took away Wu Zetian and a massive number of Sea Race's spirit stones. He originally thought he was rich, but only now did he truly understand what it meant to be the pinnacle of wealth. He had no idea who this Soupman was, but he actually had such terrifying wealth. As he thought of this, his eyes changed, revealing a bit of shock and praise. "Honorable Ning, there is no need to be envious. I look at these things every day and use them, but the truth is that none of them belong to me." Soupman smiled as he walked forwards. He wore loose robes and looked like a rich country lord. He patted a pure gold beast head beside him and said, "Everything here belongs to His Majesty. I fear that the only thing that truly belongs to me is this gold." His tone changed. "Honorable Ning, what do you think of this gold? I was born with a natural liking for this sort of thing." Qin Yu looked at it and said, "It's quite nice." Soupman suddenly laughed. "Every time a guest comes, they don't dare to say anything on the surface, but I fear they find it strange in their hearts. I have also asked them this question, but all I get in return is a pile of flattering nonsense. In truth, it's just as Honorable Ning said, it's just nice to look at. It seems that Honorable Ning and I have a bit of fate together. If there is a chance in the future, we should get closer. However, the reason I asked Honorable Ning to come here today is because there is a troublesome matter. I hope that Grandmaster Ning will do his best." Like this, without warning, he entered the main topic. Facing Soupman's bright eyes, Qin Yu nodded. "All right." Soupman beckoned with his hand. The two of them walked to a round table beneath the purple coral and sat down. Of course, this table and chairs were carefully crafted from pure gold. He took out a wooden box from his chest and placed it on the table. Honorable Ning, please take a look first. Qin Yu took the jade box and opened it. Inside was some nutrient fluid that maintained its activity. Floating on the surface was something similar to a tree root. Its skin was slightly withered and it seemed ordinary, but the aura it contained caused Qin Yu's heart to shake and a dignified expression to appear on his face. When it came to sea spirits, he naturally didn't understand them. But, after his soul became more powerful, his senses had become much sharper. Although it was only a short section, Qin Yu could still feel an incomparably tyrannical strength that looked down upon the heavens and earth. It was extremely small, but it was still impossible to ignore. Qin Yu picked it up with both hands and carefully observed it. Then, he put it back and thought for a long time. He said, "Soup Man, what request do you have?" Soup Man nodded in satisfaction at Qin Yu's tactful response. "I believe that Honorable Ning already has a plan in mind. I would like to ask if Honorable Ning has the confidence to restore this thing's vitality." Qin Yu was silent. Restoring vitality wasn't difficult. What was difficult was that this sea spirit seemed to have absorbed far too much tyrannical strength. It was originally formidable and could transform this tyrannical strength. But there was far too much of it and it had surpassed the limits of what it could withstand. Simply restoring vitality was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Soon, it would be destroyed by the tyrannical strength. The only solution was to enhance the sea spirit's strength and make it more formidable. Only then would it be able to contain the tyrannical strength it absorbed. To be able to absorb and transform such a potent and tyrannical strength, one could imagine the quality of this sea spirit. Wanting to increase its strength would naturally be incomparably difficult. Soupman smiled. "If Honorable Ning has any request, I will satisfy it. I ask that Honorable Ning give it a try." These words clearly indicated that he wasn't prepared to refuse. Qin Yu slowly said, "I will do my best." "Thank you, Honorable Ning." Soupman stood up. "I will send you over." After passing through a shining golden corridor, a transmission array appeared. Soupman took out a jade card and it gradually lit up. As they stepped into it, violent fluctuations spread out. Space twisted and the two of them vanished from sight. After several breaths of time, everything in front of them was restored. All they saw was darkness, as if a torch was burning beneath the earth, but it still couldn't disperse the darkness. Across from them, there was a giant stone door that was tightly shut. Countless strange runes were carved into it, flickering like stars. With just a single glance, one's breath quickened and their chests tightened. It was like a peerless, vicious beast was being suppressed behind this stone door. Soupman's smile didn't change. He stepped out from the array formation and pointed a finger. "Honorable Ning, the sea spirit is behind this stone door. Please prepare yourself." He lifted a hand and pointed at the void. Layers of ripples spread out, falling onto the stone door as if they were knocking. After a series of dull thumping sounds, the runes on the surface lit up and the stone door slowly shook open. Chapter 162. Bang! At this moment, it was like an invisible raging river rushed out from the stone door. Qin Yu's breath caught in his throat. Before his black robes could even flutter, they were pressed against his body. The violent aura roiled like numerous large millstones that surged and revolved without end, and they simply intended to crush one into pieces. Soupman had a calm expression, covering up the worry that flashed in his eyes. He turned and smiled. "Honorable Ning, there shouldn't be any problems, right?" In truth, Qin Yu's first thought just now was that he had already been exposed. But as he thought about it, he realized that if they really wanted to kill him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. As he listened to the light voice, Qin Yu's lips moved. He struggled to suppress the urge to greet Soupman's family. Just standing outside the door, the aura was already so terrifying. It could be imagined just how terrifying it would be after entering. Qin Yu's cultivation wasn't weak and his demon body could be considered powerful. But he didn't have the slightest thought of entering. So, he thought for a moment and said in a soft voice, "What if there's a problem?" Soupman brightly smiled. "If there's a problem, you must try to overcome it. Young people must bravely move forward. Moreover, I believe that with Honorable Ning's strength, you won't disappoint me." He slapped his forehead. "I almost forgot. After Honorable Ning enters, you can only rely on your own strength to resist. You absolutely cannot borrow anything else, otherwise it will be very troublesome." As for how troublesome it would be, Soupman didn't say. But, looking at his bright smile, it couldn't be small. Qin Yu had failed. He cursed in his heart and then turned around, smiling and nodding. He took a deep breath and stepped towards the stone door. He felt as if he were going against the current. A powerful strength constantly impacted his body, but it was separated and flowed away. Standing at the door, Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped in. Then, the feeling suddenly changed. It was like he had fallen from a raging river into a raging sea. The tumbling waves carried with them a strength that could destroy all. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his face paled. Behind him, the stone door quietly closed. Everything in front of him was dark. Outside the stone door, Soupman's smile faded. After a long period of silence, he revealed a self-deprecating smile. I really feel sorry for my mother and the others. I've been gone for so long and yet people still mention me. But there's nothing I can do about it. Isn't there an old saying that the sea races are helpless in the sea?" He fell silent once more. His eyes gradually turned dignified. He whispered, "Honorable Ning, you can curse me however you like. But I really have to trouble you." The main hall of the royal palace was empty. On the dragon throne, the sea sovereign had an indifferent expression. He looked out the window, his expression calm and leisurely. "Your Majesty, Soupman has sent Honorable Ning in." "Yes." "Your Majesty." The voice sounded again, heavy and helpless, but also trembling a bit. The sea sovereign looked away. "This solitude knows that you are all worried, but this isn't something that can be solved just by worrying." He smiled. "If worrying can save my life, then what's the harm in crying to the heavens? But, in the end, it's useless." "I know, but the situation is extremely dangerous. Does your Majesty not have any arrangements?" The sea sovereign lightly said, "Everything has happened too suddenly. This solitude and all of you weren't prepared, but even so, there is no need to panic. After all, this day will eventually come. I know it and you know it too. I've already arranged everything that needs to be done. If it's too late, just do as I say." "Yes, Your Majesty." The voice fell silent. The sea sovereign sighed. He was a bit helpless, a bit sad, but even more calm. He had lived for a long, long time, far longer than any living being in this world. He had climbed to the peak of authority, and had enjoyed everything he could. In truth, he didn't have any regrets in death. It was just that he was a bit unwilling in his heart. Honorable Ning, thinking of the sea. The spiritual baptism lasted for nearly 10 hours. A trace of anticipation flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he soon calmed down. The darkness was so dark that one couldn't see their fingers. It was like the world's thickest ink. An extremely wild strength crazily attacked him from all directions. In such an environment, those with a weak will wouldn't be able to last too long before their minds collapse. Bang bang, a muffled sound rang out clearly. It wasn't that he heard it with his ears, but that strength from the outside bombarded his body, passing through his flesh and bones. Qin Yu coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood, his chest feeling much better. The wild strength behind the stone door completely cut off his senses. He couldn't tell left from right, so he could only move forwards towards the source of the wild strength. But the closer he got to the source, the stronger the strength became. At first he was able to resist it, but now he was gradually being injured. The road ahead was dark and he couldn't see the end. If things continued like this, he didn't know how long he could last. However, Qin Yu wasn't too worried. Old C had said that no one would dare to casually move against him with his current status before he was exposed, so he wasn't being perfunctory. So, since Superman had sent him in, he should be safe with his strength. He steadied his feet and withstood the wild bombardment. Qin Yu gasped for breath for a moment before continuing forwards. 2 hours. 4 hours. 6 hours. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. In the Grand Hall, the Sea Sovereign shook his head and gently sighed. It seemed that he had been overthinking things. The great Tao was truly ruthless. Since he was doomed to die here, there would be no leeway. Even though he knew he would die, this ruler of the highest authority in the world didn't panic or feel fear. Instead, he revealed a happy smile. This was because, even when facing the world, he had still managed to last for so many years. Thinking of this, even with his status, he couldn't help but feel proud. Outside the stone door, Supman's complexion paled. He mumbled to himself, "How could this be? How could this be?" Suddenly, his eyes widened and he began to violently cough. But he couldn't care about this. He took out a black spirit shell from his chest and struck it out. Cough, cough, cough. Your Majesty, the companion vines, strength, cough, cough, cough. Has there been any change? Supman's voice echoed through the Grand Hall. Sitting on the dragon throne, the Supreme Sea Sovereign suddenly stiffened. But in the next moment, he returned to normal. His voice was calm and dignified. It is slightly stronger than before. Supman's round face twisted, as if he were about to cry. What sort of cultivation did His Majesty have? Although his senses were only slightly stronger, the true situation was likely several times stronger. According to the information he had obtained, Honorable Ning should have been able to safely arrive, but now it seemed the Grand Hall was deathly silent. Those that had the qualifications to speak with His Majesty all held spirit shells in their hands, their complexions deathly pale. Suddenly, an angry roar echoed out. "Superman, you have harmed His Majesty! You have harmed His Majesty!" Their final hope, and also their most likely hope, had been destroyed in front of their eyes. Even the most important minister of the sea races couldn't withstand such a dramatic contrast. He lost his voice and roared out loud. Superman froze in place. That's right, His Majesty wasn't in a good state right now, so he could be forgiven for his negligence. But how could he not have discovered that the companion vine's strength had increased? He looked up at the closed stone door and suddenly reached out a hand. A rune flew out from the stone door, twisting as it fell into his hand. Heaven shrouding symbol, it is actually a heaven shrouding symbol. Your Majesty, this old servant has let you down, I have let you down. Superman fell to his knees and wailed. This schemer in the eyes of the outside world, this terrifying money grubber, was like a sad child at this time, tears streaming down his face. The roars of questioning came to an abrupt end. No one thought that there would be someone who had reached out to His Majesty. His hand had reached there, and he had even arranged everything ahead of time to push His Majesty into a dead end. This matter was Supman's negligence. But all of them had the qualifications to reach the stone door and had gone there more than once, but none of them had discovered anything. Strictly speaking, everyone was in the wrong. Your Majesty, please punish us. Sitting on the dragon throne, the Sea Sovereign frowned. This was the same expression he had when he heard the words heaven shrouding symbol. At this time, he seemed to wake up. He faintly smiled and said, "Stand up. This isn't your fault. After all, who could have imagined this?" He looked up at the entrance of the hall, his eyes as deep as an abyss. When the dynasty changed in the past, this solitude protected them with everything I had. Now, it seems that they only have themselves to blame, otherwise they wouldn't have suffered such a backlash. In the end, this solitude was far too arrogant. I never thought that he would be able to arrange things to this degree. Superman stood up, tears still streaming down his face. A terrifying aura surged around him. He turned and walked out, following the direction of the burning torches, his steps heavy. Puff, puff, heads exploded one after another. Blood splashed onto the stone walls and the ground. Horrified screams filled the air as countless people fell into pools of their own blood. The slaughter continued. The sound of the spirit shell was clearly transmitted into the hall. But, whether it was the sea sovereign or the other high officials, all of them maintained their calm. For something like this to occur, there had to be traitors within. In order to prevent news of this from spreading out and to buy time to arrange things, they could only use such cruel methods to wash everyone in blood. In truth, the one who felt the most pain was Soupman. After all, the guards were all direct descendants that he had personally raised. After a long time, there was a final miserable scream. Soupman fell to his knees and lifted his hand to strike the point between his eyebrows. Bang! The void shook and he was sent flying backwards. He tumbled several times, his appearance extremely distressed. He cried out, "Your Majesty, why did you save me? Let this old servant die. Only by dying can my pain be alleviated." In the hall, the sea sovereign drew back his hand. He frowned as if he were enduring something. He slowly said, "You old thing, you should know just how difficult it was for this solitude to take action. If you don't want me to immediately die, then shut up and wait for my arrangements. It's not your fault, and it's not time for you to die yet. I want you to assist the new king in stabilizing his rule after I return to heaven." Soupman fell to his knees. "This old servant is willing to sacrifice his life for you. Your Majesty, please instruct us." The sea sovereign was silent for several breaths of time. Then, his cold and callous voice echoed through the hall. "Summon all princes and princesses into the palace. No one is allowed to be absent. Summon the generals of the legions to immediately enter the palace to receive orders. Summon the storms of the 8 directions to draft the document of succession. Summon the turtle Great Dipper to enter the palace to wait upon the emperor." An awe-inspiring aura flowed through the main hall. The air suddenly became cold, as if it was about to freeze. This ruler of the sea tribes that had been silent for so many years, in the final moments of his life, was finally going to bare his fangs and erase all the factors that tried to shake his rule. "Order the Dark Knight Division to start the execution process. My time is limited, so don't interrogate me. Within a day, I want the blood of the 36 cities in the royal capital to cover the earth." It stopped abruptly. His Majesty, who was cold and murderous, and whose momentum was gradually rising, froze on the spot, extremely stunned. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Don't scare this old servant. Your Majesty, wake up." After a brief silence, Soupman and the others cried out in sorrow. Their robes were instantly soaked in a cold sweat. If His Majesty really died, then in the blink of an eye, monstrous waves would rise. "This solitude is fine." These words were like heaven and hell. All of the high officials nearly wept tears of joy. "Your Majesty, please don't be like this again. There might be a chance for things to turn for the better." These words echoed throughout the hall. The sea sovereign had a strange complexion. After a long period of silence, he said, "The previous orders, temporarily revoke." Chapter 163. The darkness was like a quagmire, wrapping around one with layers upon layers. If one fell deep within, they would be powerless to struggle. In the end, they would be swallowed up and reduced to bones. No, perhaps they would be crushed bones. After all, such a tyrannical strength was enough to crush a corpse into countless pieces. As Chinyu thought of such a tragic fate, he gasped for breath. He clenched his teeth and squeezed out from the darkness. Then, he slumped to the ground, his chest heaving up and down like a bellows. He thought that old C's words weren't truthful, and that Soupman was nothing at all. He cursed and roared inwardly. After a long time, he recovered some of his strength. He stood up in the dim light and looked in front of him. The massive underground space was covered with vines. They were thick beyond imagination, and the parts that occasionally rose up were like ancient trees that towered into the heavens. Countless roots grew out from the vines, drilling into the earth and absorbing nutrient. But it was impossible for it to grow to such a scale just by relying on this. The corners of Qin Yu's lips twitched. The root-like object that Superman had given him really came from here. It was really difficult for that old thing to find such a small part of such a massive object. Bang! With a loud explosion, the thick vines in the distance exploded. A wild and tyrannical strength surged outwards, tearing apart everything around it and sending leaves flying everywhere. The explosion caused a chain reaction. Several more small-scale explosions occurred. The vines wriggled like living creatures, rapidly growing. After several breaths of time, all traces of the explosion vanished from sight. The broken branches and leaves were covered up and absorbed, as if that scene just now had been nothing but an illusion. But in the end, it wasn't an illusion. Qin Yu's complexion paled. If he had been caught in that explosion, even if his demon body was powerful, he feared he would have been blown to pieces. Superman, you old bastard! Of course, Qin Yu could guess that this matter didn't have much to do with Superman. But he couldn't offend that person, so he could only vent his resentment on him. Now, these vines were filled with a tyrannical strength. They were like unstable volcanoes. Any external stimulation, such as a collision or stepping on them, could cause them to explode. He looked up at the dense jungle of vines. Qin Yu made up his mind that he absolutely wouldn't step in. But if he didn't do anything, even if he left here, the royal palace wouldn't give up. Qin Yu hesitated and then bitterly smiled. Whatever, he might as well give it a try. Otherwise, that old bastard Superman might just let him fend for himself here. His divine consciousness broke out of his body and carefully scanned the surroundings. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, he took out the silent stone and placed it in his palm. Then, with a flip of his hand, a foot and 2 inches of sea blue unfurled. A deep blue light shined down on one of the branches of the vine. It slightly trembled, and just as Qin Yu was about to erupt with strength and retreat, the vine actually retreated on its own initiative. Then, like flowing water, countless vines gave way, revealing a straight path that led deep into the forest. Qin Yu revealed a look of surprise. He never thought that this vine would have a basic consciousness of its own and be able to feel the little blue lamp's strength. Was it moving aside so that he could reach the root and save it? His face was cloudy and uncertain. After a long time, he took a deep breath and strode forwards. Of course, he was already prepared. If anything went wrong, he could immediately use the blood escape. Luckily, the vine seemed to know that this was a matter of life and death. Occasionally there would be explosions, but they were covered up by the layers of leaves and branches, not affecting Qin Yu at all. The journey was smooth. But Qin Yu was still secretly startled. The underground space was far larger than he had imagined. Naturally, the volume of the vine was even more terrifying. Finally, a large black stone appeared in his line of sight. It was so large that it might be more appropriate to call it a small mountain. Layers upon layers of twisted roots wrapped around the black stone. All of the vines extended out from here. It was clear that this was where the main root was located. Qin Yu was secretly shocked. He found it hard to believe that these vines were actually multiplied from a single plant. But the exposed roots were cracked and withered, each one brimming with the aura of time. It was clear that they had existed for an extremely long period of time. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu walked over to the black stone. He opened his palm and allowed the light of the little blue lamp to shine onto a thick root. Although he was well aware that the little blue lamp had an unimaginable effect on the growth of sea spirits, the scene in front of him still left him frightened. Beneath the deep blue light, the root suddenly trembled and began to thicken at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dry skin on its surface began to break apart and fall off. In several breaths of time, the root nearly doubled in size. Even the surrounding roots began to wriggle and grow. On the mountain-like black stone, the twisted roots twisted as if they were alive. This scene was particularly strange, and caused a chill to rise from the depths of one's heart. 5 fingers came together and the blue light was completely covered up. Qin Yu's eyes were dignified. Rumble, rumble, with a loud rumbling sound, the entire underground space shook. The thick vines seemed to angrily tumble about. But what happened next was unexpected. A vine as thick as an arm drilled out, bringing a black fruit in front of him. The fruit was the size of a child's fist, and there was a hard shell on its surface. Smelling it carefully, there seemed to be a light fragrance coming from it. Qin Yu had a strange expression. What was the meaning of this? Did it want to make a deal with him? Thinking for a moment, he reached out and plucked the fruit. As he sensed it, he revealed a shocked expression. This common-looking black fruit actually contained an extremely formidable strength. It could be called a small bomb. However, the strength within was extremely stable and in some sort of delicate balance. It seemed that it could be absorbed. Of course, if one were to directly pour in magic power and break the balance within, the black fruit would immediately transform into a truly terrifying bomb. The vine continued to tumble about, as if it were saying, "Take my things and hurry up and give me the blue light, otherwise I'm going to get angry." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He slowly said, "You should be able to understand. I can help you, but just one of these fruits isn't enough." Whoosh a whoosh, with the sound of breaking air, 10 vines burst out, each one with a fruit growing on it. As expected, it was quite tactful. The night passed. When the little blue lamp restrained its light, there were now 36 black fruits in Qin Yu's storage ring. This seemed to be everything, or perhaps it was the vine's bottom line. No matter what Qin Yu said, he wasn't able to obtain more. Of course, its efforts weren't without returns. The black stone could no longer be seen as it was completely wrapped up in countless vines. They had all doubled in size, and the vines that were directly illuminated by the little blue lamp were so thick that it would take several people to wrap their arms around them. The color of the vines seemed to be cast from steel. Rumble, rumble, the branches and leaves of the vine were trembling. Although there weren't many changes on the surface, the insides were constantly rising, becoming more tenacious and possessing an even greater ability to withstand pain. The tyrannical strength that filled the vines was completely sealed away. Although this didn't completely solve the problem, there shouldn't be any more problems for a considerable period of time. Qin Yu put away the little blue lamp. He lightly said, "I have fulfilled my promise. It's time for me to leave." Bang! The vine erupted, shooting out from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it wove together into a giant cage that sealed Qin Yu within. He frowned, but his complexion didn't change. "Believe me, if I have a way to save you, I can also destroy you. Our transaction ends here today. When you can take out more black fruits, I will come again. Of course, you can choose not to believe me, but you only have one chance." There was a long period of silence. The vine seemed to be deep in thought, but it might also be ignoring him. Qin Yu's aura gradually turned cold. He lifted his palm and a pill appeared. It was a dark green color, like the color of plants that were about to die, but not yet dead. Qin Yu's voice was calm and cold. "This pill came from a human cultivator alchemist. Its name is 100-Mile Lonely. This pill doesn't have much use. The only thing it can do is infect spiritual plants. As long as you come into contact with them, the poison will constantly replicate and regenerate unstoppable. Oh, perhaps I can give you an example. For instance, use it here. As long as I crush this pill and stimulate it, you will soon feel discomfort. Then, this discomfort will rapidly spread until you can't breathe. Gradually, you will feel a stabbing pain as if you are being cut by a knife. Gradually, you will rot into thick liquid and finally fall to the ground. Before you die, you might be able to kill me. But believe me, you will also die. You will definitely die. This pill came from the poison Grandmaster Taoist Wu Yuan, so its effects weren't too exaggerated. After all, if he didn't have some hidden cards, he wouldn't have dared to take out the little blue lamp to save this vine that had clearly developed a consciousness of its own. The vine responded. The vines that wove together into a net began to rub against each other, emitting a deep sound. As they collided in midair, they formed strange syllables. You keep your word. Beneath the black robe, his eyes were cold. If I say it, you can choose not to believe me. All right, the vine retreated, revealing a path. Chin-yu took several steps forward and stopped. Concerning today's matters, I do not wish for anyone else to know. Otherwise, the agreement between us will be nullified. He didn't look back. His steps weren't fast, as if everything was within his control. As he walked further and further away, his figure was gradually swallowed up by the darkness. Whoosh! There was the sound of breaking air. Chin-yu stopped, tightly grasping the poison pill in his hand. He had no choice but to save the vine, otherwise the royal palace wouldn't let this matter rest. Thus, Chin-yu knew that there might be trouble ahead, so he still took action. But if he really couldn't retreat, he didn't lack the courage to risk his life. Whoosh! The darkness was torn apart. A thick vine stopped in front of him. Its surface emitted a faint light as it fell to the ground. Chin-yu thought for a moment and then stepped onto the vine. The tyrannical strength that rushed at him disappeared, as if it were shielded from sight. The vine shuttled through the darkness, rushing towards the entrance. Chin-yu's taut heart relaxed a little. As he thought, this vine had enough intelligence to judge his situation. It was fine right now, but the tyrannical strength it absorbed continued to increase. Like a reinforced dam, the water became increasingly wild and violent until it couldn't hold on any longer. Chin-yu was the only person that could save it. So, it used this action to repair its previous actions and express its goodwill. That was enough. ######. The stock of manuscripts was exhausted, the child was in all sorts of situations, and in addition, he had to sort out the outline. Chapter 164. The vine was extremely fast. Even though it was difficult to pass through, it was now exceptionally fast. After a moment, the stone door appeared in sight. As if it were imprisoned, the vine stopped in the distance and fell to the ground. Chin-yu walked down and looked up at it. The vine hadn't left, so it must have some other reason. Since it had sent him here, it shouldn't have any ill intentions, so his eyes were calm. After several breaths of silence, the end of the vine suddenly split open and a thin black crystal chip spat out. Chin-yu's eyes flashed. He didn't sense any ill intentions. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and took the crystal chip. But at this time, his complexion changed. This was because the black crystal chip melted as soon as it touched his flesh and blood and drilled into his flesh. The chill in his eyes brightened. But in the next moment, he was startled. He thoughtfully looked at the vine and closed his eyes, feeling the memories that had appeared in his soul. These memories were strange syllables. They weren't complete and Chin-yu didn't understand their meaning. But as he looked through them, he felt his heart tremble. It was like there was an invisible majesty that caused his soul to shiver and instinctively feel awe. But soon Chin-yu discovered that this wasn't just because of awe, but because something was about to gush out from his soul. Shwa, a sea chart unfurled above his head. Islands dotted the rolling waves. At this time, light gushed out from the islands, as if they were starry skies. These syllables surged in his soul, gradually turning into an impulse. So, Chin-yu lifted a hand. After a moment of hesitation, he pointed somewhere in the sea. There was a loud ringing sound. The light of the islands on the sea chart instantly vanished from sight. It seemed as if it had been drawn out and exhausted. There was a brief dizziness in his mind. Then, as his mind cleared, a picture scroll appeared in front of him. In the boundless sea, a great sun hung high in the sky. The waves were calm and gentle. Sunlight sprinkled down, reflecting off the sparkling waves. This was rare good weather. There were large ships sailing on the sea. Men who had been tanned by the sun and the sea wind were shouting and working together to pull up fishing nets. As they looked at the fish that had been dumped onto the deck, they grinned, revealing mouthfuls of white teeth. At this time, beneath the great sun in the skies, space suddenly twisted and was broken from within. A beam of light fell straight down, blasting into the sea, directly piercing through the seawater, forming a bottomless hole. The surrounding seawater was pushed away, unable to fill the empty space. Thus, the hole grew larger and larger, reaching a shocking length of several hundred feet. A terrifying shock wave spread outwards, stirring up countless amounts of seawater. Giant wolves covered the sky. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful weather had transformed into the arrival of doomsday. On the big ship, the fishermen were overturned and fell to the ground. Their faces were full of fear, and they held onto the things around them tightly while praying with pale faces. A muscular man who seemed to be the commander struggled to support his body and shouted something loudly, as if he was commanding everyone to dodge. Suddenly, another huge wave struck, causing the ship to shake violently. A sea turtle flew out from the sea and ruthlessly smashed into the man's head, causing blood to gush out. The scroll stopped abruptly. There was another brief period of dizziness before it scattered. Qin Yu opened his eyes, his expression grim. Taking a closer look, Zhang Xian realized that there was nothing wrong with his body at all. With a thought, the sea map appeared once more. However, the glowing islands had already returned to normal. Was what he saw just now an illusion? It should be. Perhaps it was because of those strange syllables. Looking at the vine in front of him, perhaps it wanted to use this to move Qin Yu. Unfortunately, if there wasn't an accident, he wouldn't come here again. Qin Yu didn't feel any guilt in his heart. He cupped his hands together and lightly said, "Farewell." Rumble, the vine rapidly retreated, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Qin Yu walked in front of the stone door. As he hesitated, unsure what to do, the stone door seemed to sense his aura and slowly opened. Soup Man stood in front of the door, a bit surprised, but even more excited. He cupped his hands together and said, "Honorable Ning, I owe you a favor today. I will repay you in the future." Qin Yu walked out. As he heard the stone door close, he bitterly smiled. "Soup Man, I hope that you never look for me again. I know that Honorable Ning was wrong today, but please believe that everything you have done will be repaid in the future." Soup Man smiled, as if he were implying something. "I think that Honorable Ning doesn't have a good impression of this place right now. Then, I will lead you away." Qin Yu nodded. As he walked towards the transmission array, he could smell the scent of blood in the air that hadn't yet dispersed. A cold light flashed in his eyes, but his complexion didn't change and he didn't ask anything. The transmission array flashed and the two of them vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they were already in that glorious and magnificent mansion. There were 4 beautiful seafolk women standing there, each of them holding a tray covered with a red cloth. It was unknown what was inside. Soupman's smile was a bit forced. He lifted a finger and said, "Honorable Ning, choose one. Consider it my thanks for today." Qin Yu didn't intend to refuse. He swept his eyes around and pointed to the leftmost seafolk woman. "That one." Soupman's eyes twitched. "Ning. Honorable Ning, you have good eyesight." He waved his hand and ordered the other 3 seafolk women to bow and draw back. Then, he removed the cloth covering the tray. Within the translucent crystal box was a thumb-sized bead. Within this bead was the phantom of a great snake roaring into the heavens. In this crystal box is the inner core of a deep-sea snake monster. Because it refused to accept the rule of the capital city, it was suppressed and killed 30 years ago. This snake monster's cultivation has reached an extremely profound level, and it has touched upon the edge of transforming into a flood dragon. If it were to succeed, it would be able to roam the vast sea region and wouldn't be so easy to kill. Soupman took a deep breath. He moved his eyes away with difficulty and waved his hand. Take it, It's yours now. Qin Yu had a helpless expression. He thought that there was probably no one else who could give such a thank you gift. Of course, he wouldn't refuse it. From Supman's complexion, he could see just how precious this snake monster's inner core was. It was absolutely at the nascent soul realm. Although he hadn't figured out what to do with the inner core, he might as well accept it for now. Supman helplessly watched as Qin Yu reached out his hand and flipped it over. Then, the crystal box containing the inner core vanished from sight. His heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. His face paled and he weakly waved his hand. You can leave. He didn't say the following words, but Qin Yu could already guess what he meant. It was, before I regret this. This Supman was indeed as the rumors said. He viewed wealth as his life. Qin Yu suddenly rejoiced. Luckily, he had accepted it just now. If he had been a bit more modest, he feared that Supman really would have taken back the inner core. Seeing Supman's joyous face twist up in pain, Qin Yu cupped his hands across his chest and walked away. He didn't want to stay in the royal palace for too long to begin with, much less in this sort of situation. Perhaps this old bastard would really regret it later. As he thought, those in a high position always knew how to make good use of people. That lofty and aloof ruler of the sea races had ordered Supman to guard the royal palace's treasury. It would be hard for his wealth not to grow with each passing day. As he thought this, he was actually a bit happy. After all, although he had suffered a bit this time, he had still obtained some harvest. And most importantly, he hadn't exposed his identity. Even now, Qin Yu had only regarded that terrifying underground vine as some formidable strength from within the royal palace. He hadn't associated it with anyone. Otherwise, he would have realized that he had been too optimistic. The doors to the mansion opened and Qin Yu stepped out. Before he could smile, he froze. Outside, the sea race man who had received him bowed to the noble one who had just spoken. Then, he turned and walked back. Grandmaster Ning, I will escort you back. He seemed to have a faint idea of what was going on and his tone became a bit more respectful. Qin Yu nodded. He looked straight ahead as he boarded the carriage. After several breaths of time, it began to slowly move away. The noble one outside the mansion was a beautiful young girl. Between her eyebrows was a delicate scale. Her name was High Flourishing Qian, the Sea of the Sea, and Flourishing Qian. Princess, Supman invites you in. A maid ran out and respectfully said. The princess nodded. She took several steps towards the mansion and then stopped. She looked at the carriage that was gradually moving away and turned around, her eyebrows furrowing together. After thinking for a moment, she turned and whispered something into the ears of the maid next to her. The maid revealed an awkward expression. The princess had a light expression. I didn't ask you to do anything. I was just a bit curious. The maid who was familiar with the princess rolled her eyes inwardly. She thought that her words were quite meaningless, but since she had spoken, she had no choice but to do it. She respectfully bowed and hurried away. She thought that she would have to make proper arrangements and not stir up any trouble. The carriage drove out of the royal palace. As it walked through the streets of the capital city, the faint sound Shell Station's voice drifted in through the half-closed windows. According to news from this station, the array symbol noble family, the Southern River Mansion, has been placed under investigation by the tax division for suspected tax evasion. At this time, the Southern River Mansion has been closed down and all those involved have been taken away. It is reported that the Southern River Mansion has committed a massive amount of tax evasion and will face severe punishment. We will continue to pay attention to the follow-up news. The latest and fastest sound shell station. Please keep an eye on the Balala Sound Shell Station. The young sea race man in the carriage looked over. He smiled and explained, this sort of matter happens every year. I just can't figure out why these rich and powerful families would want to evade taxes when they earn a massive amount of wealth every year. I fear they're going to suffer a great deal this time. He didn't gloat at the misfortune of others. Instead, he was calm and had a rare calmness to him. It was quite consistent with his temperament. But this explanation in itself was a bit superfluous. Thus, no matter how calm and natural he appeared, it could only be a cover-up. Qin Yu thought back to the smell of blood he had smelled when he left the underground space. Although it had been cleaned up, it was still very rich. There should have been many people who died. He nodded. Beneath his black robes, there was no expression at all. He didn't want to be involved in the internal affairs of the sea races, especially when it involved that dangerous royal palace. Soon, he arrived at Sea Spirit Pavilion. Chapter 165. There were already people waiting outside Sea Spirit Pavilion. Just as Qin Yu stepped off the carriage, a group of people walked out to greet him. The one leading them was Chief Manager Wu. Clearwood was also among them. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when he first saw her, he felt as if a great burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Besides these familiar people, there was also a man and a woman. They had extraordinary bearings, and were elegant and noble. Looking at the cautious young man and woman behind them, it wasn't hard to guess who they were. He nodded in greeting. This wasn't the place to speak. Chief Manager Wu smiled and tactfully stepped to the side. The Qing family patriarch's tone was warm and polite. "Greetings, Honorable Ning." The wise and virtuous madam only gently smiled and bowed, leaving all attention to her husband. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Qing family patriarch, there is no need to be so courteous. I already had the intention of paying a visit a long time ago, but there were too many matters to attend to, so I was delayed." The Qing family patriarch smiled. "Honorable Ning is too serious. It is my wife and I who have come to pay a visit." These words weren't too excessive. Noble Court Avenue was the capital city and was a small part of the peak of power. Even so, there were still 37 families living here. The Qing family was only one of them. Moreover, they were in decline and no longer had the prestige of the past. As for Honorable Ning, he was ranked third of the 10 great purple cards and was also a legendary spiritual bestower. His sea spirit baptism had lasted for nearly 10 hours and was unprecedented. And more importantly, his sudden rise had no foundation at all. All the masters of the houses on Noble Court Avenue were trying their best to establish a relationship with him. If they could meet, then let alone personally, they would even bring a group of little sisters and daughters and let Honorable Ning choose from them. From the end of the sea spirit baptism until now, the Qing family had received many vague greetings. All of them wanted to have a chance to speak with Honorable Ning through them. The conditions they offered were extremely tempting, but they were all rejected without exception. Although the Qing family didn't have anyone with great wisdom or courage, as a member of the top circle of nobles, they still had the eyesight and judgment. After exchanging some pleasantries, Qin Yu could be considered the host. He invited the family into Sea Spirit Pavilion. The 7th floor was the workshop, but it was also built as a place to receive guests and live. Qin Yu had come here several times before, but now there were changes. Although it wasn't too obvious, the style and quality had clearly risen by more than a level. It was clear that after the competition ended, Chief Manager Wu had ordered people to quietly modify it. Qin Yu didn't care too much about this. He invited everyone to take a seat and a maid brought tea and snacks. His eyes swept over them with excitement, burning like a pair of small hooks. Thinking about it, if Honorable Ning had any interest during his break, she certainly wouldn't refuse. After chatting for a while, they got down to business. The Qing family patriarch coughed and said, "Honorable Ning, Leon and my daughter Qingqing love each other. My wife and I both approve of this. Now, the two of them are no longer young, and it is time for them to start a family. I wonder if Honorable Ning has any objections to this?" The two young men in the corner instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Being surrounded by the crowd, their faces flushed red. Qin Yu smiled. "If I say I don't approve of this matter, I fear Leon will betray the sect. His words caused Leon's face to turn red. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. There was a trace of awkwardness, but there was even more joy. His teacher was joking with him to express their closeness. He feared that other people weren't enough for his teacher to have such thoughts. The Qing family patriarch smiled. Since that's the case, I wonder if Honorable Ning can preside over their marriage? He tried his best to appear calm, but there was still a trace of nervousness in his eyes. To Leon and the Qing family, whether or not Qin Yu could preside over this marriage represented a completely different meaning. One meant that he had a backer, and the other meant that the situation had changed and his status was shaken. Qingqing already knew the implications of this. She didn't care too much about it. She gently pulled on Leon's sleeves. After hesitating for a moment, he stood up and deeply bowed. Teacher, if possible, please preside over this disciple's marriage. Chief Manager Wu and Clearwood both smiled as they watched. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. Surprise flashed in their eyes. Beneath the black robes, there was a moment of silence. I'm afraid it is impossible for me to preside over your marriage. The Qing family patriarch and Madame Qing felt their hearts sink. They forced out a smile. Qingqing's eyes widened, a bit flustered. Leon's mouth fell open. He stammered. It's this disciple, who was rash. Teacher must have something important. Qin Yu smiled. He waved his hand. Leon is my only disciple. From the very beginning, I have seen what happened between him and Qingqing. If the two of them can walk together, I am naturally happy. It's just that there is an extremely important matter to attend to, so I cannot spare the time to attend your wedding. However, as your teacher, I can be considered your elder, so I cannot lack the gifts that should be given to you. He turned around. Chief Manager, I remember that in the gambling challenge, Wu Zetian placed a bet on a residence in the capital city. Have you obtained it yet? Chief Manager Wu's heart skipped a beat. He thought of a possibility and couldn't help but look at Leon, envy in his eyes. He respectfully said, I have already obtained the deed. It is a courtyard that was newly built in recent years and the decorations and furniture inside are nearly unused. It is located on the east side of the capital city near Noble Court Avenue. It is a very good location. Qin Yu nodded. Then that saves me the trouble. Leon, teacher will gift this residence to you and Qingqing as a congratulatory gift for your wedding. This amount of money was more than shocking. The Qing family could be considered a great family with a great background, but it was impossible for them to casually gift such a large residence to someone else. It had to be known that with Wu Zetian's status, he had spent dozens of years building this residence. The decorations inside and outside were all top-quality items. Even if it wasn't worth 100 million spirit stones, it wouldn't be much different. The Qing family patriarch and Madame Qing were shocked. They quickly refused, saying that it was impossible for two juniors to be married like this. Leon and Qingqing also expressed that they didn't dare to accept. Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. It's just a residence. I fear I won't live in it, and it would be a waste to leave it unused. Leon, what do you think? Leon was about to refuse when he suddenly remembered that beneath his teacher's black robes was a human. He wasn't an idiot, otherwise it would be impossible for him to possess such a formidable talent as a sea spirit teacher. Teacher, he might be leaving soon. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, he felt an inexplicable sense of panic and also a bit sad. After hesitating for a while, he pulled Qingqing to her knees. Thank you for teacher's generous gift. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and pulled the two of them up. Chief Manager, Manager Clearwood, after this seclusion, I might leave the capital city for some time. I ask that you look after Leon. Chief Manager Wu's thoughts stirred. He thought back to what Old C had said and knew that Honorable Ning really did have thoughts of leaving the capital city. He nodded. I ask that Honorable Ning rest assured. Clearwood seemed a bit distracted. She only nodded, not saying much. The Qing family patriarch and Madame Qing were both surprised and happy. They didn't notice anything strange at this moment. Their hearts were filled with excitement and their restlessness had long since faded away. With such a generous gift, even if Honorable Ning couldn't attend the wedding, it was enough to show how much he valued Leon and the Qing family. In the future, as long as they managed things well and maintained their relationship with Grandmaster Ning, it would only be a matter of time before the Qing family rose again. After obtaining a satisfactory answer, and learning that Honorable Ning would be in seclusion for some time, the Qing family patriarch and Madame Qing stood up and bid their farewells. Qing left with them. The sea races also had similar rules. It wasn't good for a newly married young man and woman to meet in private. Leon stayed behind. He lowered his head slightly and remained silent. Chief Manager Wu thought that Qin Yu knew that Qin Yu was leaving, so he wasn't surprised. He took out 3 storage shells and placed them on the table. Honorable Ning, the first one contains all of the profits you obtained from the gambling challenge. The second is the 20 million spirit stones that Master promised you. There are also some soul-strengthening treasures that are on their way. They will arrive at the capital city in the next few days. The third one is Old C's gift to you. He didn't know when Honorable Ning would leave, so he had to make sure he handed everything over before then. At this time, after handing over the 3 storage shells, he let out a clear breath of relief. During this period of time, he had been trembling with fear while carrying these things. The 4 swordsmen of the sea mantis race could also rest for a while. Qin Yu nodded. He put away the 3 storage shells and casually asked, "Where is Old C?" Clearwood said, "Teacher's injuries have temporarily stabilized, but in order to avoid leaving behind any hidden dangers, he will need to go into seclusion for some time." Just as everyone thought she had finished speaking, this cold woman suddenly said, "Honorable Ning, do you really want to leave?" Chief Manager Wu furrowed his eyebrows. Although everyone had guessed this, it wasn't good to rashly say it out loud. But at this time, as he looked at Clearwood's eyes, he seemed to realize something. A strange expression appeared on his face, and he couldn't bring himself to blame her at all. Qin Yu was startled. He nodded. There was no need to hide this. Perhaps someone as astute as Old C had already guessed something, so he had Chief Manager Wu deliver the gifts to him before he went into seclusion. "Can't I stay?" "I can't." Qin Yu smiled. He earnestly said, "There are some matters that need to be resolved by me. So, although the capital city is good, it is still my hometown." Clearwood's eyes darkened. She nodded, no longer speaking. She and Chief Manager Wu only thought that Qin Yu was speaking about his hometown. Only Leon knew why his teacher had to leave. He was already too dazzling right now. An accident could occur at any moment, especially when an invitation from the royal palace appeared. He was fine this time, but what about next time? What about the next time? There would always be a day when something would happen. As wise and cautious as his teacher was, how could he not see through this? So, he had to leave. After Chief Manager Wu and Clearwood bid their farewells and left, Qin Yu glanced at his unhappy disciple. "All right, I will leave sooner or later. Being able to leave safely is the best result I can hope for. You should be happy for me." Leon's eyes turned red. "Teacher, will we ever meet again?" Qin Yu thought for a moment and then shook his head. "I don't know, but I believe that in the future, Leon, you will definitely become a truly great figure. Brat, you can do it. Qing is a good girl, so don't disappoint her. Go, I will be going into seclusion soon. Before I leave, I will see you again." Leon nodded. He respectfully bowed, took several steps back, and left. Qin Yu gently sighed. It wasn't that he was in too much of a hurry, but that the situation was beyond his control. When he left Supman's mansion, he never thought he would run into Princess Lushy. Although he thought his performance was flawless, this girl had already begun to suspect him. That's right, although Princess Lushy appeared calm, the strange light in her eyes didn't escape Qin Yu's notice. With her status, It was easy for her to obtain the recording that had caused such an uproar. Perhaps it couldn't prove anything, but as long as she had some evidence, locking onto his identity was only a matter of time. Thus, Qin Yu couldn't wait any longer. He had to immediately go into seclusion and refine the last of the 5-element spiritual objects. Before his identity was exposed, he had to leave the Sea Race capital city. Chapter 166. Sea Spirit Pavilion announced that Honorable Ning had gone into seclusion once more. Thus, the signing of the Supreme Treaty would be delayed indefinitely. Of course, this was agreed upon at the very beginning. Even if it was delayed indefinitely, Sea Spirit Pavilion didn't need to compensate the customer. If it were any other Sea Spirit teacher that dared to continue like this, they would likely cancel the agreement in the shortest possible time. But this time, there were only an extremely small number of people that chose to cancel the agreement. This was because those that didn't hesitate to spend a massive amount of money to sign the Supreme Treaty only wanted a chance to form a relationship with Honorable Ning. As for waiting, that wasn't a problem at all. Royal Palace, in that familiar Grand Hall, the Sea Sovereign frowned, as if he were thinking about something. From time to time, he revealed a puzzled expression. At this time, a respectful voice sounded out from outside the hall. He let out a breath and composed himself. "Come in." The doors to the hall were pushed open. Several high-ranking officials excitedly stepped in. The one at the front was Soupman. "It's fine, it really is fine." He fell to his knees. "Your Majesty, this old servant can finally see you again. This is too wonderful." Before his voice fell, there was a loud bang like a great drum. Soupman was sent flying backwards, tumbling several times before crashing into the hall. The ground shook, but the hall itself wasn't damaged at all. Soupman violently coughed and crawled up. His smiling face was filled with confusion. "Your Majesty, are you still angry about what happened before?" The Sea Sovereign waved his hand. "It was an accident. I wasn't able to control my strength properly." However, when his gaze landed on the group of cautious ministers, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Of course, this embarrassment was only temporary. Soon, everyone revealed smiles. The Sea Sovereign nodded. "This time, it can be said that we have profited from a disaster." "Your Majesty's meaning is, if there isn't an accident, then this solitude should be fine for the next 20 years. These words caused the several high-ranking officials to be overjoyed. Soupman was even more excited. This old servant knew that Honorable Ning was a skilled person. "At least I didn't lose out on the gift I sent him." "Your Majesty, may I ask how Honorable Ning did it?" The Sea Sovereign thought for a moment and then shook his head. "You should all be aware that although this solitude and the companion vine are one, it rejects me to the extreme." This was normal. After all, it was Gu who was dragging him to his death. However, although it doesn't say anything, this solitude can still feel something. Honorable Ning must have used some method to increase the strength of the companion vine in a single day, allowing it to have an even greater capacity. Soupman's eyes flashed. "If so, then we can't let him go." "Of course. Since Honorable Ning has a way to strengthen the companion vine, you cannot take even half a step out of the capital city. This may be unreasonable, but for the sake of His Majesty, I have no choice but to do it. Immediately order people to strictly monitor the situation. I hope that Honorable Ning can understand." The ministers spoke forcefully, and their attitudes were extremely unyielding. In their opinion, as long as they could ensure His Majesty's safety, everything else was nothing. Honorable Ning, his status was indeed extraordinary, but so what? In the depths of the sea, the giant whales shook their bodies, pushing the seawater aside as they moved forward. Each one of them was covered in thick scales. They would occasionally open their mouths, revealing rows of sharp teeth that were as sharp as knives. They would cut up the fish and shrimp that fell into their mouths and swallow them. Killer whales were one of the most ferocious and terrifying races of the sea races. They were innately fond of slaughter. There were very few people that dared to provoke killer whales, much less now that 5 killer whales were gathered together. Their massive bodies cast a shadow that caused countless sea creatures to flee in panic. On the backs of the 5 killer whales, halos of light flowed, separating them from the icy cold seawater. They formed a small enchantment similar to the one in the capital city. The largest killer whale was in the center. Within the enchantment, there were several thousand craft houses. It was unknown how they were fixed, but as they moved forward, they didn't seem to shake at all. An 11 to 12-year-old girl had a pair of deep blue eyes that were as clear and beautiful as the calm sea. At this time, her lips were wrinkled, as if she were bored to death. "Seventh Auntie, it's too boring to travel. How about we stop for a day and stroll around?" Afraid that she would be rejected, she quickly raised her hand. "I promise that I will absolutely listen to you and won't cause any trouble." The one called Seventh Auntie was a strong woman. She wasn't mistaken, she was a woman. Although using the word strong to describe this woman didn't seem right, it was actually quite appropriate. Her skin was dark and her eyes were wide. Her body was like an iron tower, and she was even sturdier than the guards in the distance. Hearing this, the woman grinned. "Little ancestor, how long has it been since that matter from last time? Have you already forgotten? Don't waste your time. There are only several days left until we reach the capital city, and I'll agree to whatever you want to play with me, okay?" In contrast to her appearance, her gentle and soft voice was an astonishing sight. If one closed their eyes, they would only think of a beautiful woman holding an oil paper umbrella in the misty rain of Jiangnan. As for opening their eyes, forget it, it was better to close them. The young girl was a bit dispirited. She muttered in a low voice, "I already said that it was just an accident. Who would have thought that I would be so unlucky?" She blinked her eyes, a pitiful expression on her face as she tried to act cute again. Unfortunately, after the last incident, the woman had become a frightened bird. No matter what she said, she didn't seem to be shaken at all. The young girl was sharp-tongued and couldn't refute her. In the end, she could only use something else to dodge the question. "Miss, this time we are going to the capital city for official business. You should have heard of Honorable Ning's reputation. The madam has repeatedly reminded me that it wouldn't be good to keep him waiting for too long." The young girl shrunk back, a bitter expression on her face. Since the other party had brought up her mother, there really wasn't any other way. Unfortunately, she had heard that the blue lotuses in this sea region were extremely beautiful scenery. She didn't know when she would have the chance to come here again. As she thought of this, she couldn't help but feel her interest waning. She also felt a bit more dissatisfied with this Grandmaster Ning. No matter how it was said, it was because of this person that she didn't have the chance. Humph humph, this miss will remember this. But after a while, she began to laugh. She felt that her thoughts were far too unreasonable. Moreover, with Honorable Ning's status, he wouldn't fear her at all. On the contrary, she would have to carefully curry favor with him. As she thought of this, it wasn't funny at all. The young girl's face hardened. After a moment of boredom, she suddenly said, "Seventh Auntie, do you think we'll meet that person again?" These words didn't have a beginning or end, but the woman had heard them countless times during this period of time. Calluses had formed in her ears, so she naturally understood. Because she had said that the sea region was endless, and that the chances of two seafolk meeting each other again were so low that it was negligible. Her complexion turned solemn, and she earnestly said, "If fate wills it, we will meet again." At the same time, if a pair of eyes that soared into the highest heavens were looking down on the earth, they would discover that with the capital city as the origin, in nearly the opposite direction, there was also a group of travel-worn people rushing towards the never-extinguishing underwater sun. They clearly weren't as imposing as the 5 killer whales. The sea wolves beneath them had dim eyes and seemed extremely tired, but they still ran with all their might. On the back of each sea wolf was a knight. There was a knight lying on the ground. He was wearing armor and had an indifferent look in his eyes. A giant shadow swam over from the seabed. Its cruel eyes locked onto the group, and it roared as it rushed over. Right at this moment, the figure on the sea wolf's back raised his head and glanced over. Its massive body came to a screeching halt. With a whimper, it turned and fled far away. This wasn't strange at all. This was because the eyes of the seafolk on the back of the sea wolf were far too terrifying. They were as cold as the winter wind blowing into one's heart and soul, causing one's heartbeat to stop and their blood to freeze. He lifted a hand and the group quickly stopped. The knights sat up straight, their sharp eyes sweeping around as a fierce aura began to spread outwards. Without a doubt, these were the most elite warriors. The leader patted the clearly larger sea wolf beneath him. It turned around and ran a few times until it arrived at the carriage that the 36 wolf riders were guarding. It respectfully said, "Vice Priest, would you like to rest here before continuing on your journey?" He was clearly exhausted, but his eyes were still firm. As long as the person in the carriage refused, he would continue on his way. After several breaths of silence, a calm voice sounded out from the carriage, "Rest for 2 hours." The leader lifted a hand and made a gesture. The 36 wolf riders immediately scattered. Some people dismounted to feed their mounts, some hugged them and fell asleep. Others remained vigilant. "Shuejing, how much longer until we arrive?" the vice priest asked. The leader bowed. "According to our current speed, it will take at most 4 days." The vice priest's voice was calm. "I know you are all tired, but if possible, please hurry up." A trace of worry flashed across Shuejing's cold and indifferent face. He said, "Yes." He turned and ordered, "Shorten the rest time by an hour." It was clear that he had an extremely high level of prestige within the Wolf Riders. No one expressed any objections. An hour later, the 36 Wolf Riders were divided into 3 groups to rest, maintaining a sufficient defensive strength at all times. Besides the leader, no one knew why they had been suddenly mobilized to escort the vice priest to the capital city in the strictest manner possible. But it was clear that it was an extremely important matter. Soon, the group set out once more. In the carriage that the vice priest was in, besides him, there was also a woman wrapped in a white dress. Only her limpid eyes were revealed, but they were filled with worry. "Vice priest, grandfather's decision this time is a bit inappropriate. After all, the saint flower isn't in good condition to begin with. If we leave the saint altar now, I fear." She hesitated. The vice priest bitterly smiled, his eyebrows furrowing together. "I understand your concerns, but the saint flower's condition is deteriorating by the day. If we don't grasp this chance, I fear it won't be long before it truly begins to wither." The girl called Dang Dang had a flash of worry in her eyes. As she thought, the saint flower's problems were extremely serious. The vice priest tried to comfort her. "Don't be afraid. The priest and I have carefully investigated the situation. Honorable Ning's strength can be trusted. If he takes action, the saint flower will definitely be safe." Dang Dang's eyes brightened. "Really?" The vice priest nodded. If it weren't for this, how could the priest possibly take such a risk? He calmly smiled. As he looked at the girl's relaxed appearance, he sighed inwardly. Perhaps Honorable Ning really was a legendary spiritual bestower, but the saint flower was extraordinary in the end. As for whether or not it could be cured, no one had full confidence. But the saint flower really couldn't wait any longer. The problem was far more serious than anyone knew. The Wolf Riders raced forwards. They came from the most unruly tribe that had even directly confronted the capital city. They were the largest tribe of the old dynasty, and they continued forwards with hope in their hearts. Chapter 167. Turning their attention to the capital city, the solemn and dignified Noble Court Avenue was bustling with festivities today. Red and purple flowers filled the street. The Qing family was marrying off a daughter today. The seats were filled with friends and honored guests. Caravans of congratulatory gifts lined up from one end of the street to the other. Countless young ladies felt sour in their hearts and envious at the same time. It had to be known that even if one was a member of Noble Court Avenue, not everyone could casually hold such a joyous event without any scruples. At the very least, the Qing family couldn't. But today's bustling event was the result of the joint decision of all the mansions on Noble Court Avenue. This wasn't to compliment the Qing family, but to express their respect and goodwill towards the mysterious and unfathomable figure behind the groom. Even now, no one knew the identity of this figure, but he was someone who sat high above the highest heavens. When the Qing family first announced that Honorable Ning would be absent, countless people were secretly pleasantly surprised. But as soon as the list of gifts was revealed, all of these thoughts were crushed to smithereens. There was no one on Noble Court Avenue that was unfamiliar with Wu Zetian's dwelling. After all, it had been built for over a decade, so they naturally knew just how valuable it was. Now, that dwelling that was rarely lived in after it was built was at the very front of the list of gifts. This alone was enough to show just how much Honorable Ning valued his disciple. No, in the eyes of all the families on Noble Court Avenue and even the entire capital city, this had already surpassed the scope of value. Rather, it was an absolute closeness, one that was viewed as a nephew. Otherwise, how could such a great gift be given? Thus, this was the reason why the Qing family was so excited today. The capital city looked over. Congratulations, congratulations! For the Qing family to obtain such a dragon-riding son-in-law, it is truly the envy of others. A talented man and a beautiful woman, this is a match made in heaven. The Qing family patriarch was all smiles. The grievances that had accumulated in his heart for so many years had finally been vented today. His entire person seemed much younger as he calmly greeted the guests. The groom has arrived. It was unknown who shouted this out. Countless seafolk turned around and saw the grand procession snaking towards them. Chief Manager Wu brightly smiled and cupped his hands together in greeting. Leon had a nervous expression. It was only when he arrived at the Qing family residence that he regained his composure. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to the Qing family patriarch, calling him father. Clan Master Qing stroked his beard and smiled. He reached out his hand and pulled him up. The two of them whispered something, and the bride was soon sent to the door by her bridal family. Madame Qing wiped away her tears. She whispered to her daughter, "From now on, it will be just the two of you. Live well." Leon held Qingqing's hand and looked at his beautiful wife in a red dress. His heart was filled with excitement, and a deep sense of gratitude rose from the bottom of his heart. In a voice that only he could hear, he muttered, "Teacher, do you see? I'm married to Qingqing. Thank you." There were clouds in the sky, and above the clouds was the firmament. The firmament was divided into day and night, and there were stars everywhere. Late at night on a certain year, a meteor streaked across the horizon, dragging a long burning tail as it crashed heavily into the earth. The ground collapsed and was instantly torn apart, forming a bottomless gorge. The terrifying impact force surged and roared out, tearing everything on the ground apart and engulfing everything within 1,000 miles. After an unknown period of time, perhaps it was because the rain had gathered, or perhaps it was because the underground river had been broken open, but water began to gradually appear. The area where the heavens had once split apart turned into a lake and swamp. Fog gradually rose up, covering the lake and swamp. After swallowing up countless lives, it gradually became a dangerous land that few people visited. Thus, in the depths of the largest gorge, there was a boulder that had been washed away by countless streams of water. After a journey across the starry skies, it came to a quiet stop. The water gradually destroyed its solid surface. Day after day, the boulder became smaller and smaller, until it was finally the size of a thumb. One day, the earth shook and the boulder was flipped over. When the sun shone down, there was the sound of breaking air, clearly audible for hundreds of miles. Dantian sea. Lotus seed, willow branch, crystal, bead, 4 elemental spiritual objects floated outside the golden core, echoing each other from afar. At this time, the 4 spiritual objects cried out in unison, cheering in joy. Between the lotus seed and bead, the void suddenly fluctuated. A thumb-sized iron stone appeared from within. An endless sharp aura erupted. It was like 10,000 swords had appeared, able to cut down the world. Whoosh, a black water gushed out. Whoosh, blue divine light shined. Whoosh, crimson flames burned. Whoosh, an earth-colored halo of light rose up. Ever since he obtained the 5-element sword diagram, he had bitterly pursued it. He had experienced countless twists and turns, dangers, and he had nearly lost his life several times. Today, the 5 elemental spiritual objects had finally gathered together. Qin Yu opened his eyes. Even someone as calm as him couldn't help but be overjoyed at this moment. To him, the 5 elemental spiritual objects weren't simple treasures, but a great good fortune, a lucky chance. Now that everything was ready, all he needed to do was use the Great Divided Heaven Sutra to split his golden core and form the 5 elemental sources of magic power. Then, he could truly cultivate the 5-element sword diagram. The rise in his strength could be foreseen. But this also represented his limitless potential and prospects in the future. Fortune lurks in misfortune, and fortune lies within misfortune. This was a very, very old saying, so old that no one knew whether it was some great master that had painstakingly comprehended this saying, or whether it was some unlucky fool who had casually spoken it. But today, Qin Yu suddenly felt that these words were far too much of a bastard. Perhaps there was some hidden will that didn't like seeing Qin Yu obtain such a good fortune, so it casually moved its hand and gently pushed him. Like this, a change occurred without warning. Like this, all that was hidden was torn apart and revealed to the world. Within his Dantian sea, outside of his golden core, the evenly distributed 5 elemental spiritual objects suddenly lost control. Or, it could be said that this was an instinctive will that couldn't be stopped. Thus, the white gold, black water, blue wood, red fire, and yellow earth suddenly began to circulate, like 5 islands that were connected together. Thus, the white gold flowed into the black water. The black water flowed into the blue wood. The blue wood ignited the red fire. The red fire submerged into the yellow earth. The yellow earth drilled into the white gold. Qin Yu didn't know what was happening, but his knees told him that this change might be a good thing. But if it were to occur in the sea race capital city, it was likely to be a disaster. He might even be dragged into it beyond redemption. His soul erupted with all its strength in an attempt to stop the changes occurring between the 5 elemental spiritual objects. But reality proved that this was futile. Thus, he could only watch helplessly on as the strength of the 5 elements circulated, becoming increasingly strong. Rumble, rumble, rumble. It was like a great river was recklessly rushing through his body. This great river gradually released a formidable strength. From 5 directions, it tore at the golden core on the great Tao base, wanting to transform its strength into a part of itself. Sweat tumbled out, instantly soaking his black robes. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open and he roared out loud. Within his Dantian sea, the golden core trembled. This was another unexpected change. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, countless thoughts raced through Qin Yu's mind. He didn't know what would happen if he split his core, but if he continued to persist, his golden core might be torn apart. At that time, the result would truly be out of his control. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. His eyes flashed with unswerving determination. He lifted a hand and slapped it between his eyebrows. As his palm fell between his eyebrows, a loud cracking sound rang out in his Dantian sea. Like a broken bead. Thus, on the great Tao base, that shining golden core really did break apart. It split into 5 equal portions and flew out with a whoosh. They were swallowed by the white gold, black water, green wood, red fire, and yellow earth. Qin Yu stiffened. As his golden core broke apart, all of his aura was restrained. But the magic power within his body began to wildly revolve according to the law formula of the Great Divided Heaven Sutra. Hum, the 5-element spiritual objects trembled. They fused together with the golden core, undergoing the most critical transformation. And this transformation required a massive amount of heaven and earth spiritual strength. Thus, Qin Yu's stiff body was like a black hole, crazily swallowing up the surrounding spiritual strength. The sea races had built their capital here, so this sea region was naturally extraordinary. There were 7 great spirit veins that converged underground, and the richness of the spiritual strength here surpassed imagination. But it was because of this that when the heaven and earth spiritual strength suddenly thinned, it became even more obvious. Within Sea Spirit Pavilion, a crowd of sea spirit teachers looked up towards the same direction. Then, the scope of the ripple rapidly expanded. Countless sea race powerhouses frowned or looked at Sea Spirit Pavilion with bewildered expressions. Rumble, the sound of crashing waves echoed through the air. This was the flow of heaven and earth spiritual energy. If someone could clearly see the revolution of spiritual energy, they would discover that with Sea Spirit Pavilion as the center, a massive vortex of spiritual energy had appeared. It pulled the power in its surroundings and frantically poured it into a single point in the center before disappearing. Whoosh, whoosh, a seafolk powerhouse flew outside of Sea Spirit Pavilion, his expression dignified. Chief Manager Wu led some people out to welcome them. He cupped his hands across his chest. Everyone, Honorable Ning is currently in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. I ask for your understanding. Many members of the sea race were suddenly enlightened. So it was this person, then everything made sense. After all, Honorable Ning's methods and fierceness were something that the people of the capital city had personally experienced. Although the current situation was a bit overwhelming, it wasn't too excessive for Honorable Ning to do so. But, just what was Honorable Ning doing? More and more seafolk appeared, surrounding Sea Spirit Pavilion in dozens of layers. Everyone's eyes widened as they waited for the result to be revealed. Of course, he didn't disappoint them in the end. The incomparably fierce Honorable Ning had given everyone an unexpected pleasant surprise. Rumble, rumble. The vortex of spiritual energy grew larger and larger. Strong winds whipped up in the void, causing clothes to flutter in the wind. Chief Manager Wu narrowed his eyes. He thought that Honorable Ning was truly extraordinary. It was easy for him to stir up some sort of commotion. After this matter, Sea Spirit Pavilion's reputation would likely become even more resounding. If this were made into a story and spread out, it would simply be the best advertisement. Moreover, it was true and the people of the capital city could testify to it. He silently praised himself for being quick-witted. But soon, Chief Manager Wu found it hard to maintain his smiling expression. Because as time passed, the wind seemed to become increasingly strong. Looking at the strong winds and the 9-floor building that was gradually shaking, Chief Manager Wu was left dumbfounded. His only thought was that if he didn't make a name for himself this time, he feared this place would be torn apart. Chapter 168. A Sea Spirit Teacher was stunned. Wu! Chief Manager Wu, what is going on? Chief Manager Wu's complexion paled. If you ask me, then who am I supposed to ask? If it were anyone else that dared to touch 9-layer building, then he would have already beaten them into a pig's head. But this was Grandmaster Ning. Even if 9-layer building was completely demolished, all he could do was stand here and watch. Moreover, he would have to stop others from entering. Just what was going on? Chief Manager, the commotion is too great. It has already affected the surrounding shops and buildings. If this continues, do you think? A person from Sea Spirit Pavilion hurried over. Not too far away, several people had ugly complexions and were arguing in hushed tones. It was clear there was already a small problem. Chief Manager Wu waved his hand. Tell them that as long as the damage is true, Sea Spirit Pavilion will take responsibility for it. With this guarantee, the crowd immediately calmed down. But there were still many people who had sullen expressions, especially the two old shop owners with long inheritances. The storefronts that had been passed down from generation to generation had been repaired many times. Although they weren't as imposing as a newly built storefront, their background and style couldn't be bought with any amount of money. Now they were all ruined. But no one dared to raise any objections, let alone find someone to stop them. Today's matter involved Honorable Ning, and looking at the situation, it was an extremely important matter. If they offended Honorable Ning because of this, then they really would have no place to cry. Clearwood went to invite Old C. His arrival caused the crowd to calm down. Many C-race powerhouses cupped their hands together in greeting. Old C casually greeted everyone. As he arrived at 9-layer building, he narrowed his eyes and looked forwards. Walala, several windows were torn down by the strong winds, howling as they came crashing down. The crowd cried out in alarm and hurriedly dodged. Even so, there was still someone who was unlucky enough to be struck in the head. Blood began to flow out in a miserable manner. Old C's lips twitched and a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He thought that little friend Ning was already dazzling enough. If he wanted to leave the capital city, he really shouldn't have caused such a ruckus. As he thought about the news he had obtained from the royal palace these past 2 days, a complex light flashed in his eyes. The sea races had a good saying. Dig a hole and jump into it, and you'll even drag a few handfuls of dirt along with you. In his opinion, Qin Yu's current actions were probably like this. If he could be ranked in terms of intimacy, flattery, loyalty, and other aspects, then Superman would definitely be ranked amongst the best in this massive royal palace. At this time, he was standing in the incomparably luxurious palace, chattering away as he spoke to the sea sovereign. From time to time, he would flatter her a few times, so vulgar that it would make her blush. But he had a serious expression on his face, as if everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. One couldn't help but admit that it was quite amazing to be able to flatter to such a degree. The sea sovereign was angered to the point of laughing. He waved his hand and scolded, "You took this Gukai's offering and this is how you do things? Hurry up and go back. Help me look after my private stash. I won't forgive you even if you lose a single coin." Superman wickedly smiled. He patted his chest, causing his muscles to ripple. "Your Majesty, don't worry. Don't you know my methods? If anyone dares to touch a single one of your children, this old servant will make them bankrupt." This pair of master and servant had been in a stalemate ever since the change of the throne. Their relationship was far more intimate than anyone could imagine, which was why they could be so carefree. At this time, the sea sovereign's eyebrows arched up. He looked outside the palace. After several breaths of time, Superman also sensed something. He had a surprised expression. It seems to be coming from the direction of Sea Spirit Pavilion. The sea sovereign nodded. "It's Honorable Ning." Superman was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. He jumped up and shouted, What? It's related to Honorable Ning? Did something happen to him?" The sea sovereign shook his head. "I can't see the specifics." Superman cupped his hands together and ran out. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. This old servant must go and take a look. No matter what, nothing can happen to Honorable Ning." These words weren't because he was worried about Qin Yu. In a small courtyard on the edge of the capital city, Meng Li's newly found little mistress was settled in. These past few days had been a period of tender affection and sweet love. Every day, he would seek out pleasures, and that was the best form of enjoyment. Of course, he didn't dare to bring her home. Tigresses were too fierce, so it was best to hide from her. After having his way with Shaoqing, Meng Li was comfortably lying on the bed, enjoying the careful care and flattery of the woman beside him. He chuckled and then patted her butt. "Go and fetch some water for me to wash up." I still have some official business to deal with later, so the smell is too strong. Xiaoqing giggled. She twisted her body off the bed and put on a dress before leaving. Meng Li twirled his fingers as if savoring the aftertaste, but his mind had already turned to the most recent events. Suddenly, there was a loud scream. Meng Li shot up. His first thought was that he had been caught red-handed by the tigresses, so he grabbed his robes and wanted to run. But there was only Xiaoqing's voice outside and he didn't hear the courtyard door open. His eyes widened, anger rising in his heart. Who dared to peep at his woman? He rushed out several steps. Indeed, Xiaoqing was lying on the ground. She had a frightened expression and was crying non-stop. Her legs were slightly spread apart, revealing her naked body. Meng Li shouted out loud, "Baby, what happened? I'll take responsibility for you." Oh, that sword FFF flew away. Xiaoqing pointed at the well and stammered, as if she had been frightened. Meng Li frowned. Could there be some sort of treasure hidden beneath this well? For it to fly away, he didn't need to think about it to know it wasn't simple. And most importantly, the sword had flown out from the well in his courtyard. No matter how he looked at it, it should be his. As he thought about how he hadn't sensed a treasure sword hiding in the well for such a long time, Meng Li wanted to slap himself in the face. But it was too late to slap himself now. He angrily roared, "Where did it fly off to?" That. Xiaoqing lifted her hand. Whoosh! Meng Li shot into the skies. As he fastened his belt, a fierce light shined in his eyes. His treasure was his, and whoever dared to steal it, he would chop them up. Qin Yu was extremely distressed right now. Because his golden core had shattered, he hadn't felt any pain at all. It was only that his soul and consciousness had been temporarily isolated from his body. Thus, he could clearly sense the chaos he had stirred up in the outside world. Although he had a foreboding premonition, he was powerless to stop it. Within his Dantian Sea, the five-element spiritual objects had fused with his golden core, producing some strange changes. For a short period of time, his thirst for spiritual strength had reached the peak. Although the vortex of spiritual strength was fierce, it still couldn't satisfy this thirst. Thus, within his Dantian Sea, the white, black, blue, red, and yellow spheres of light began to tremble, like 5 volcanoes that could erupt at any moment. Qin Yu didn't doubt that the strength of these 5 volcanoes was enough to blow him to smithereens. At the same time, he would also set off some dazzling fireworks for the seafolk watching from the outside. He had painstakingly gathered the 5-element spiritual objects, but in the blink of an eye, all of his plans had been disrupted, and he had even been forced into a dangerous situation. Just what was this? Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Qin Yu's divine sense stirred. A storage shell opened and a mountain of spirit stones appeared, filling the entire workroom. The pure spiritual strength contained within the spirit stones seemed to be attracted, surging outwards. Although each spirit stone contained a limited amount of spiritual strength, when there were millions or even tens of millions of them, it was enough to form a raging current of spiritual strength that rumbled into Qin Yu's body along with the vortex of spiritual strength outside. This method of absorbing spiritual strength was already exaggerated to the extreme. Even with Qin Yu's powerful mortal body, he found it a bit difficult to withstand it. Blood began to flow out from his pores. But even with such a crazy influx of spiritual strength, the 5-colored spheres of light within his Dantian Sea still weren't satisfied. They trembled and roared. Spiritual strength. They needed more spiritual strength. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Could it be that in the end, the 5-element spiritual objects that had been refined into his body would explode into nothingness? This was far too taunting. His thoughts raced. He clenched his teeth. If he really died like this, he feared he would be listed as one of the top 10 most tragic ways to die in the cultivation world. Of course, the death he was talking about here wasn't the former, but the following. Rumble rumble, from the storage snail, over 300 million spirit stones gushed out, submerging Qin Yu. In the human world, spirit stones were the size of a finger. The sea races were relatively wealthy, so they were half the size. Several dozen or several hundred together didn't count for much, but when there were over 100 million of them, it was a true mountain of spirit stones. What Qin Yu was doing now was stuffing a mountain into his workroom. A terrifying pressure instantly descended. Within Qin Yu's mortal body, the sounds of bones breaking rang out. Because his soul and consciousness had been separated, he didn't feel any pain. But to personally see his body suffer such a horrifying ravaging wasn't something to be happy about. As the workroom's walls and floor emitted pained groans, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He knew that after walking along the river for so long, his shoes would finally be wet. This was really F***ket up. Chief Manager Wu could feel many gloating eyes sneaking glances at him, and then glancing over. He didn't need to be a genius to know that they were related to the Sea Spirit world. Recently, Sea Spirit Pavilion's reputation had risen, and it seemed as if it would soar into the heavens, surpassing all other forces. Their eyes were already red with envy. Humph, envy, envy. You want to see me embarrassed and disgraced? Old Wu, I won't let you have your way. Thus, he took a deep breath and then another. His expression was calm and composed, and the corners of his lips even curved up in an enigmatic smile. It was as if he already knew what was going to happen today. Yes, this was the attitude he wanted. The range of the vortex of spiritual strength increased. The crowd of onlookers was forced back a great deal, and the wind within became even more terrifying. The once incomparably majestic 9-layer building now seemed as if all its feathers had been plucked clean. It looked a little distressed and inelegant. Not too far away, a sea spirit teacher had a worried expression. Please don't destroy my workroom. There are many things inside that I haven't taken out. Before he finished speaking, he received a sharp glare from Chief Manager Wu. He quickly swallowed the rest of his words and lowered his head like an ostrich. Cough. Everyone, rest assured. When our Sea Spirit Pavilion was building, we made appropriate arrangements to ensure safety. The decorations on the surface might be destroyed, but the main structure will be fine. These words weren't boasting, so Chief Manager Wu was naturally calm and confident. But that was how the slap came. It came without any warning. Kacha a kacha. Chapter 169. Just now, Chief Manager Wu's voice wasn't too loud, but it wasn't too soft either. His original intention was to tell those people that he, Old Wu, was at ease and that they shouldn't gloat over his misfortune. Therefore, when they saw the collapse of the 7th floor and the subsequent collapse of the entire 9-story building, many people were stunned. Their eyes immediately turned into undisguised mockery. This slap to the face was truly resounding. Hee, look, Chief Manager Wu's face was actually able to turn this color. It was even more blue than blue, fierce. My sea spirit, my information. The sea spirit teacher who spoke before cried out in sorrow. His face was deathly pale as he tottered. Although the nearby seafolk weren't so frail, their complexions were ugly to the extreme. To a sea spirit teacher, a workroom was the most important place. It was far more important than their home. Now that they could only watch helplessly as their workroom was destroyed, it could be imagined just how miserable they were. Countless resentful eyes looked over. They wanted to speak but hesitated, and then they really stopped. It wasn't just that they couldn't speak, but even their thoughts seemed to be tied up in knots. Even thinking about it became incomparably difficult. Polypola, if this could be called dubbing, then it should be the sound of the seafolk's jaws dropping to the ground. They were in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. After an unknown amount of time, an elongated, slightly shrill voice rang out. Spirit stones. What nonsense, of course they were spirit stones. Countless people cursed in their hearts. But they also regained their composure. As they looked at the collapsing 7-layer building and the tide of spirit stones gushing out, they groaned inwardly. This was just showing off their wealth. Was there really a need to be so violent and cruel that they didn't even leave a path for others to live? Gulp! The sound of gulping rang out in unison. It was a rather large-scale scene. Many people's eyes began to turn blood-red, a burning heat in their eyes. Everyone had seen spirit stones before, but 99% of the people here had never seen so many spirit stones before. This was simply a mountain of spirit stones. Chief Manager Wu thought about how the 9-layer building he had worked so hard to build, and how he had always been proud of it, had been forcefully blown apart by this mountain of spirit stones. His lips twitched several times and he cried out in his heart, Honorable Ning, just what are you doing? Old Wu did not offend you. Elder Hai's status was extraordinary. He had already left the crowd, and was watching from afar as he brewed a pot of good tea in a nearby tea-house that had not been affected. An expert should have the bearing of an expert. No matter what, after being blessed with this halo, he had to maintain some self-respect. So, even though he couldn't watch the fun up close fine, it wasn't good for little friend Ning to say this, but he was the one who did it, and it was also the truth. Cough cough. Returning to the main topic, he was disappointed that he couldn't watch the fun up close, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face. However, at this moment, Old Hai's demeanor as an expert was completely broken as he spat out a mouthful of tea. He waved his hand at the tea-house owner, who had an aggrieved expression and was trying to curry favor with him. He rushed to the railing and craned his neck to look ahead. It was several breaths of time before he regained his composure. He whispered to himself, In the past, I was known as Spirit City's spouting god. I dominated the capital city for many years, and I was also known as the little prince of the world of flaunting his wealth. But, compared to little friend Ning, I am far, far worse. Clearwood had an awkward expression. Teacher. She didn't want to speak, but with so many people present, it would really be shameful if someone heard her. Old Hai tidied up his clothes. He had a calm appearance, as if nothing had happened. He lightly said, Little friend Ning must have his reasons for doing things. You'll know once you keep watching. It seemed as if Clearwood had been quietly asking for advice just now. This adaptability left Clearwood secretly admiring. She looked up at the Spirit Stone Mountain, and an inexplicable thought raced through her mind. If he was so rich, even if she desperately ate for the rest of her life, she still wouldn't be able to eat too much. Her face blushed red, and she quickly lowered her head to hide it. But her eyes were a bit dimmer. The landmark of the capital city, 9-layer building, was broken in half. With a loud rumble, the earth trembled and dust flew into the air. But at this time, everyone narrowed their eyes, none of them having any intention of leaving. They stared straight at the Spirit Stone Mountain, all of them thinking the same thing. Fall down, fall down, fall down. But what left everyone disappointed was that this Spirit Stone Mountain was extremely firm. It hung in the air without a single spirit stone falling down. If they could steal this Spirit Stone Mountain, then they might be able to live the rest of their lives in security. Some people continued to be disappointed. But there were also some that gave birth to greed in their disappointment. Then, their eyes turned dangerous. The capital city had gathered all sorts of seafolk, and there was no lack of people from all walks of life. Although it was an extremely high risk to try and steal in the streets, when compared to the benefits, it seemed like they could still take a gamble. Old Hai's eyes turned cold. He coldly said, Some people have really been blinded by spirit stones and want to die. He waved his hand and several cultivators below the tea-house turned and left. Chief Manager Wu was experienced and quickly responded. With a single order, the guards of Sea Spirit Pavilion rushed out, forming a human wall that separated the crowd. Conflict erupted without warning. 3 seafolk pushed away the guards and rushed towards the Spirit Stone Mountain, their eyes filled with greed. Stop them! Chief Manager Wu roared. 4 sea mantis swordsmen leapt high into the air. dazzling sword light wove together into a net that covered the three sea folk. Puff, puff, there was the sound of flesh being cut apart. Dark red flowers bloomed and the earth was filled with the smell of blood. But just as the situation slowed down, more people attacked from the crowd. Moreover, they were all masters. The 4 sea mantis swordsmen were extremely strong. When they joined forces, the killing power of their sword net was even more terrifying. But 2 concealed sea folk cooperated and managed to delay them, causing the battle to fall into a tense situation. These 2 people had a tacit understanding of each other. But, from some details, it could be seen that they weren't companions. Rather, it was as if they had suddenly decided to cooperate and attack together. For a time, the Sea Spirit Pavilion guards suffered heavy casualties. Chief Manager Wu had already slaughtered his way into the crowd, his face pale. With Sea Spirit Pavilion's prestige and Honorable Ning's status, there were actually so many powerhouses attacking him. If someone said that there wasn't a secret behind this, he absolutely wouldn't believe it. Someone wanted to take advantage of this chance to harm Honorable Ning. Who was it? Although Blue Sky Tower and Earthfault Spire were strong, they were too large a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, once they discovered any clues, they would be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Chief Manager Wu's heart chilled. Could this be related to the invitation that came from the royal palace not too long ago? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. If this really involved the royal family, then things were truly troublesome. Teacher! Clearwood cried out in panic. Old C sucked in a deep breath. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly looked up at the end of the street. A large group of royal guards surged forwards like a raging tide. The one leading them was Soupman. At this time, his face was dark and gloomy, and the ruthlessness in his eyes left one trembling. Attack! Capture them alive! Whoosh! The spectating sea folk drew back in panic. The battle instantly tilted to one side. The royal guards were all elite. Although they weren't individually strong, when they joined forces in battle, their killing power was terrifying. The 14 seafolk that attacked died one after another. The 2 masters that had resisted the 4 seafolk swordsmen fell into a heavy encirclement. As if they knew there was no hope for them to live, they crazily attacked the royal guards. On the back of the seahorse, Soupman was expressionless. As he looked at them, it was as if they were 2 corpses. Puff, puff! The crazed tide of royal guards began to retreat, revealing 2 riddled corpses that lay in pools of blood. The capital city's main street is attacking a purple card in front of everyone. It seems that someone wants to change the heavens. Soupman slowly said, his eyes sweeping around. I will be right here. I want to see just who is doing this. The result was that no one dared to move at all. Countless seafolk paled, their eyes filled with fear. They never imagined that things would develop to this step. To attack Honorable Ning on the streets, and then think of Soupman's words. A chill rose in their hearts, and they quickly suppressed these thoughts. Old C quickly walked forwards. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, Soupman? He immediately lowered his voice. Why did you kill them all? With Soupman's personality, if he wanted to capture them alive then, he would have done it himself. In front of him, these seafolk that attacked weren't anything at all. When he said, capture them alive, it seemed more like he was reminding these seafolk that they should be prepared to end their own lives. Soupman had a light expression. Sealingdew, there are some things that you shouldn't know, so don't ask. Old C frowned but didn't say anything. This was because Soupman's words had already given him a hint. As he thought, little friend Ning had been implicated in that matter. He looked up at the spirit stone mountain, a bit of helplessness in his eyes. He thought to himself, if you want to leave the capital city this time, I'm afraid there really isn't any hope left. As the smell of blood filled the air and countless seafolk were panicking, a black sword broke through the air. Soupman's eyes instantly turned cruel. A terrifying aura circulated around him. He slowly looked up, the air around him seeming to freeze. But in the next moment, he frowned. He could feel a faint aura coming from the black sword. So it was Honorable Ning's treasure. The aura instantly converged, and he returned to his indifferent appearance. He watched as the black sword drilled into the Spirit Stone Mountain. Commander Mengli gasped for breath. As he saw this from afar, he felt as if someone had kicked him in the chest, making his heart ache. He had an intuition that the treasure sword that he had chased with all his might never return. Although he didn't recognize Soupman, with such a large group of royal guards and the blood covering the ground, it was clear that something major had occurred. He took several deep breaths and grabbed onto the seafolk around him. What happened? After asking a few questions and learning what had happened, Commander Meng Li's eyes were filled with bitterness. Honorable Ning, it was actually Honorable Ning. It was over, the treasure had been completely lost. To the diligent and thrifty Commander Meng Li, this was a nearly unbearable blow. He took a deep breath and then another. Strong, 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 don't cry. Woo 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 woo, if you're so rich, why did you steal my treasure sword? Woo 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 woo. Give me back my sword. Buried deep beneath the Spirit Stone Mountain, the black sword suddenly drilled out from beside Qin Yu. It could feel its master crazily thirsting for spiritual strength. Although the wild influx of spiritual strength had caused serious damage to his mortal body and blood to flow out, if he couldn't replenish his spiritual strength, his master would surely die. If Qin Yu died, then although it wouldn't die, who knew whether or not it would be able to find such a reliable master again? After all, it had lived a good life following him. Thus, the black sword hovered between Qin Yu's eyebrows. With a point, it pierced through Qin Yu's head. Dark red beads of blood seeped out. Chapter 170. In fact, no one could have imagined that the 100 nether swords' return would pour oil over today's matters and cause them to completely explode. Between Qin Yu's eyebrows, the blood bead reflected the black sword. Within the deep red there was a bit more black. Then, this black color spread out like ink. It turned into a palm-sized black hole that connected to some unknown place. A cold and gloomy aura flowed out and one could faintly hear the howling of the wind, like the howls of the undead. In a small courtyard on the edge of the capital city, Commander Meng Li's new mistress, Lil Qing, was washing her body with a look of lingering fear. She thought that this place was as unclean as the rumors said, and she absolutely couldn't live here anymore. Once the old master returned, she would beg him to quickly change residences. Just as she was thinking about what methods she could use to entice Commander Meng Li to agree and then fantasize about her future residence, the smile on Lil Qing's face froze. Several gurgling sounds came from her throat, as if someone were grabbing her by the neck. She found it difficult to breathe. Kacha, kacha. Ice appeared on the surface of the hot water that was washing her body. It began to condense at an astonishing speed. In the courtyard, within the deep well, the cold water began to boil. Bang! A black beam of light shot into the skies, like an invisible hand stabbing into the heavens of the capital city. But what was strange was that it didn't tear apart the spells of the capital city. Rather, the moment it touched them, it vanished from sight. Beneath this beam of light was a desolate land on the edge of the capital city. Gray fog covered the ground, making it impossible to see what was happening within. Now, this fog tumbled about, condensing into the phantoms of powerful sea monsters that reared their heads back and roared. The entire capital city was shaken by this sudden change. Countless seafolk looked up at this desolate land, their complexions gradually paling. Some old seafolk whispered with panic in their eyes. The sea mausoleum. It's the sea mausoleum. They thought back to the calamity of the capital city in the past. 100,000 seafolk had died and the smell of blood had covered the earth. This wasn't a secret at all. The seafolk that lived in the capital city knew something about it. Fear was like a plague, wildly spreading through the seafolk. At the main entrance of the royal palace, a bronze bell rang. The sea sovereign's complexion was grim. His eyes were deep like vortexes, and a boundless aura rose up. In the skies above the royal palace, the phantom of a flood dragon appeared. It was 10,000 feet long, with golden scales and purple eyes. Winds and clouds gathered, and the image of a flood dragon swam about, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Dragon roars rang out, and a horrifying dragon might spread out with the palace as the center. The panic in the capital city gradually subsided. They all knelt on the ground, kowtowing in the direction of the palace. In the great calamity of the past, it was also the sea sovereign who stepped forwards and sacrificed 1,000 years of his life to seal away the sea mausoleum. Beneath the 9-layer pagoda, Supman's complexion paled. He mumbled, "Your Majesty." His face twisted and he roared out in a low voice, "What is going on? What the fuck is going on here?" Given His Majesty's condition, he could no longer make a move. Otherwise, the leakage of his strength would be detected, and heavenly tribulation would descend in an instant. He raised his head to look at the sky above the capital. Sure enough, there were already black clouds surging out. A brilliant and dignified aura caused all living beings to fall silent. That was the will of heaven and earth. If His Majesty had chosen to transcend tribulation and fight back then, he might have had a chance to survive. But now he had deceived the heavenly mysteries and would inevitably incur the wrath of heaven and earth. There was no way he could survive the heavenly tribulation. Supman wanted to stop His Majesty, but he knew that it was impossible. His Majesty would definitely attack. Motherf asterisk cur, Motherf asterisk cur, Motherf asterisk cur. Supman seemed to have gone crazy. He looked at the black clouds above his head and repeatedly cursed, his expression fierce. Without warning, the scene of a great calamity of life appeared in front of the people of the capital city. They stared with wide eyes, panic-stricken and helpless. They could only wait for it to arrive. Even within the royal palace, the most powerful king in the world had already prepared himself to die and seal away the sea spirit as the price. His eyes were faint, without any fear at all. This was because this was his duty and responsibility as a king. Time slowly passed. But what was strange was that even though there was a great commotion, the calamity brought about by the aura of specters didn't occur. Besides the black beams of light that shot into the horizon and the rumbling sounds that followed, the capital city remained tranquil as before. The sea sovereign frowned. At this time, the doors to the hall were pushed open. 2 officials rushed in with distressed expressions, waving their hands. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, please calm down. We have carefully investigated just now and the sea mausoleum spells are still running." The spirit shell in Supman's chest began to ring out. He grabbed it and placed it by his ear, listening to it for a few moments. Then, the suffocating gloominess around him suddenly vanished. He looked up at the nervous old sea and nodded, his voice hoarse. "There is no problem with the sea mausoleum spells." He put away the spirit shell and looked up at the black beam of light, a puzzled look in his eyes. At the same time, this news spread to all sides in the shortest possible time. But like Supman, these seafolk all had the same question in their hearts. If there was no problem with the sea mausoleum spells, then what was happening right now? The spirit stones were pulled in by an invisible suction force, not a single one falling down. From a mountain, it gradually turned into a sphere that wrapped up the figure within. Thus, no one saw that the black hole between Qin Yu's eyebrows suddenly trembled. Then, a black torrent surged out. Outside 9-layer building, Supman's pupils shrank. He stubbornly stared at the giant sphere of spirit stones. The spiritual vortex roared and spun. Ordinary seafolk might not be able to sense it, but to him it was like a lantern in the dark night. "The aura of the sea mausoleum," he slowly said, his eyes as sharp as blades. "Si Lingdu, just what is Honorable Ning doing?" As a purple card, a formidable soul was indispensable. Thus, when Old C sensed the sudden arrival of the aura, his complexion changed. First, there was the change in the sea mausoleum and the black beam of light that shot into the heavens. Now, the aura of the sea mausoleum had appeared here. He wouldn't believe that there wasn't a connection between the two. Old C took a deep breath and shook his head. Ever since he returned from the royal palace, he has gone into seclusion. I have no idea what he is doing, but I believe that he absolutely won't try to destroy the sea mausoleum's spells. I can guarantee this. Supman's complexion darkened. He coldly snorted, his eyes uncertain. If it were anyone else related to the changes in the sea mausoleum, he would have already moved to suppress them. Anyone that tried to threaten His Majesty should be destroyed. But it just had to be Ning Qin. As he was considering what to do, the spirit shell sounded out once more. The sea sovereign's light voice echoed out from within, "Keep watching." Old C relaxed a little, but his complexion was still dignified. He bitterly smiled as he looked at the giant sphere of spirit stones. Ning Qin, you've stirred up a great deal of trouble this time." Within the black hole, the black torrent submerged Qin Yu, fusing into his body through his pores. The formidable spiritual strength contained within surpassed the limits of his mortal body. His skin instantly cracked open like a broken porcelain doll. Before blood could flow out, it was shaken into a bloody fog by the formidable strength. Peepa, his flesh and blood disintegrated. The 100 nether sword floated in front of the black hole. Only after the black torrent passed through it was it able to pour into Qin Yu's body. As it saw his miserable appearance, the sword subconsciously trembled. In comparison, it was currently incomparably nourished. The spectral aura carried by the black torrent had been cleanly swallowed up by it. It was like it was eating a delicious meal while watching Qin Yu suffer a cruel torture. Of course, no matter what, the 100 nether sword would never admit this. It was only doing this in order to help its master overcome this difficult time. Otherwise, if it didn't absorb the spectral aura, its master wouldn't be able to withstand it. Yes, that was it. The 100 nether sword was instantly filled with righteousness. Within his Dantian Sea, the vortex of spiritual strength, the spirit stones, and the strength from the sea mausoleum all superimposed together. Finally, the requirements to condense the 5 elemental sources of magic power were met. White, black, blue, red, and yellow spheres of light swallowed up a massive amount of spiritual strength, gradually stabilizing. But as they continued to fuse and transform, the amount of spiritual strength they absorbed became increasingly greater. Even with Qin Yu's powerful demon body, he was gradually unable to withstand it. His flesh and blood began to collapse faster and faster. Even his bones began to tremble and groan as cracks appeared on them. Blood fog was like a tide, gradually covering him. It dyed the surrounding spirit stones red, and some even floated into the black hole. A repressed roar echoed out from the black hole, filled with endless desire. Then, from the surging black torrent, a claw suddenly stretched out, grasping at Qin Yu as if it wanted to pull him in. The 100 nether sword cried out, cut down like a bolt of black lightning. The claw that stretched out from the black torrent was instantly cut apart and disintegrated. Within the black hole, the roar became pained, filled with unwillingness and anger. But with a cold and sharp sword cry, the 100 nether sword issued a warning. The roar gradually quieted down until it finally vanished from sight. The sword point turned towards Qin Yu. The 100 nether sword was deep in thought. If it could make a human expression, it would definitely be one of worry and worry. If it didn't do anything, Qin Yu would likely die. But if it did, it would consume a great deal of the strength it had painstakingly accumulated. Perhaps what it ate today wouldn't be enough. If that was the case, then this would be a massive loss. Why was it that in this world there were always so many dilemmas? Whatever, as a sword that had a caring heart, a conscience, a sense of justice, and a sense of gratitude, it couldn't do something like stand idly by and watch someone die. Of course, it would definitely remember this debt. In the future, it would think of a way to slowly collect it back. The 100 nether sword lightly trembled. Black fog gushed out from the surface of the sword blade. It tumbled about, as if it had a spiritual sense. It rapidly transformed into the phantom of an altar. If someone were to see this, they would discover that this pitch-black altar was quite similar to the one in Prosperity Square outside the royal palace that was used to offer sacrifices to the sea spirit. Of course, this similarity referred to the aura and some special characteristics, not just the surface. The blood fog was attracted over and rapidly settled deep within the altar. Then, a cross-legged figure gradually appeared within the phantom of the black altar. Then, countless threads grew out from the altar and drilled into the surrounding spirit stones. They were like the roots of a great tree. They absorbed the spiritual strength within the spirit stones and poured it into the altar, transforming it into a powerful life energy that was then poured into the figure deep within the altar. Thus, Qin Yu's torn skin, torn flesh, and cracked bones began to wildly regenerate. Although they often ruptured and tore apart before they could fully grow, they were still able to maintain his mortal body so that it wouldn't collapse and be destroyed. Chapter 171. The team of 5 killer whales stopped in a place where they could see the capital city from afar. The woman had a dignified expression as she saw the black pillar of light that shot into the skies. "Seventh Auntie, what is that?" After the young girl woke up, she didn't even have time to wash her face. She had a somewhat lazy expression, and a trace of excitement shined in her black and white eyes. The woman was a bit helpless, but she couldn't bear to blame her. She sighed and said, "Miss, this isn't something fun. If I'm not wrong, this black pillar of light should be related to the sea mausoleum." "Sea mausoleum?" The young girl blinked. It is a very sacred and also a very sinful place. If there really is a problem with it, I fear the capital city will suffer a calamity." The woman had a dignified expression. "At that time, I have no idea how many innocent people will be buried within." Seeing the young girl reveal a trace of fear, the woman smiled and patted her hand. "Miss, don't be afraid. If there is a problem, we can return to Sega City. Nothing will happen." The scout that had been sent to investigate the situation had a flustered look on his face. The woman's heart sank. She had already prepared herself for something bad to happen, but the truth was beyond her expectations. The young girl was stunned. She turned and said, "Seventh Auntie, is this Honorable Ning the person you spoke of? He seems to be a very bad person. He actually tore down our Sea Spirit Pavilion's capital city branch division." The woman forced a smile. "Miss is right. When we meet, I will definitely ask him why he tore down our 9-layer building." After a few comforting words, the woman waited for the young girl to hop away. Then, her complexion darkened and a cold light flowed in her eyes. The guard captain walked over and sighed. "Something isn't right." The woman sneered. "Honorable Ning shouldn't have any malicious intent towards my Sea Spirit Pavilion. I fear that someone wants to use this matter to move against our Sega City." The guard captain shook his head. "It is too early to say such things. Moreover, this involves the Sea Mausoleum. I don't think anyone would dare to move against it." The woman thought for a moment. "What you say is reasonable. Then let's take a look first. But, if it really is me, then don't blame me for being impolite." The killer whale's massive body was directly proportional to its astonishing speed. It soon arrived at the capital city. Facing the questioning of the capital city guards, the guard captain took out a token and all the guards respectfully bowed. The killer whale's body is too big and it is inconvenient to enter the capital city, so it is left outside the capital city in a marine pasture specially for various large mounts. The leader of the guards took out the pink carriage from his storage conch. After the young girl and the middle-aged woman boarded the carriage, he led the guards into the royal city. At this time, in the opposite direction, there was also a group of soldiers silently approaching. The warriors on the wolf riders were incomparably tired, but their eyes were still cold and fierce. At a glance, one could feel the pressure coming from it. It was as if a giant wolf was about to pounce on them. The guards subconsciously tightened their grip on the weapons in their hands. Even though they still maintained the calmness and dignity that the guards of the capital should have, their faces turned pale. In front of them was a battle-hardened and terrifyingly powerful battalion. If they really fought, even though they looked exhausted, they would probably be able to kill all of them in a few moves. Shuizheng sat up straight, his callous face without the least bit of expression. Moon Praying Shrine's Wolf Rider Division, escort the vice priest to the capital city. Please let us pass. As he spoke, the several guards across from him began to shiver. That feeling just now was as if a vicious beast had locked onto them from the shadows, ready to tear them to pieces in the next moment. And what was especially terrifying was that they knew that this wasn't an intentional threat, but a natural aura that was emitted. The little leader gulped. He braced himself and said, "The capital city does not allow unknown battalions to enter. I need to verify your identities." Before he finished speaking, his words were destroyed by an indifferent glare. Shuizheng slowly said, "Where the wolf riders are is evidence in itself. There is no need to prove anything." Gently patting the mount, the giant sea wolf swept its eyes over the capital city guards with contempt and then stepped forwards. Behind it, the wolf riders slowly followed, escorting the carriage. To other tribes, the capital city might possess unsurpassed authority, but many years ago, Moon Praying Shrine had already clashed with the capital city several times. For them to exist to this day, that was enough to prove their strength. Naturally, they were able to maintain their pride and formidable self-confidence. The guards were oppressed by the aura. Although they wanted to stop them, it was as if their feet had taken root. They could only watch helplessly as the group entered the capital city. The little leader's face flushed red. He lowered his voice and roared, "Who cares about Moon Praying Shrine? This is the capital city. Immediately pass on the news and let the lords decide what to do." Shuizheng's eyes swept over the black beam of light. He turned and approached the carriage. "Vice Priest, do you need to rest first?" "We won't rest. We will go straight to Sea Spirit Pavilion." Moon Praying Shrine had no respect for the capital city, but they couldn't help but acknowledge that this was the heart of the sea races, so they were quite familiar with the map of the capital city. Of course, if one wanted to ask whether or not this familiarity had some sort of disrespectful intent in it, then that would depend on the benevolent and the wise. 9-layer building could be considered a landmark in the capital city, and Shuizheng knew where it was. The wolf riders changed directions and went straight ahead. Along the way, the seafolk all retreated, their eyes full of surprise. Most of them didn't know where such a valiant battalion had come from. But at this time, 9-layer building had already collapsed into ruins. Strong winds wrapped around it, causing dust to fill the skies. It no longer looked like a landmark at all. Chief Manager Wu didn't even have the strength to complain. At this time, no matter how many tears he had, they could only silently flow down in his heart. But looking at the situation, it seemed that today's events weren't normal. He hoped that Honorable Ning wouldn't provoke any trouble because of this. He looked up at Soupman, who had a grim expression and was emitting an unfriendly aura. He whispered inwardly. Suddenly, an awe-inspiring feeling descended. It was like a sharp blade was pressing down on one's body, as if a mountain was covering one's head. It caused one's mind to tremble and instinctively feel a sense of dread. Chief Manager Wu fiercely looked up. He discovered that the skies above the capital city had darkened. Black clouds gushed out from nothingness and began to condense. This was heavenly tribulation. His eyes widened. Who was it that didn't want their lives anymore? They actually dared to cross tribulation in the capital city. Soupman looked up, his eyes like blades as he locked onto the condensing tribulation clouds. He frowned for a moment before composing himself. The capital city didn't allow the seafolk to cross tribulation. Firstly, the power of heavenly tribulation would damage the capital city's restrictive spells, and secondly, if there was interference from the spells, the might of heavenly tribulation would greatly increase. Looking at the aura, this should be nascent soul tribulation. It wasn't easy to cultivate to this step, but were they stupid? Why would they do such a suicidal thing? Supman's mind raced for a moment before he composed himself. This was only a mere nascent soul. There were many powerhouses amongst the seafolk, so one dying wasn't anything at all. Right now, the only thing he was concerned about was the giant sphere of spirit stones in front of him. Even if it involved Ning Qin and the Sea Mausoleum, he still needed a reasonable explanation. But as time passed, the tribulation clouds in the skies became increasingly thick. Gradually, it seemed as if they were coming towards this place. Supman's eyes fiercely jumped. He looked up at the tribulation clouds and then swept his eyes around. If he wasn't blind, then he could see that the tribulation clouds were moving towards the same target as him. Ning Qin, Honorable Ning, he was crossing tribulation. Supman's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He nearly cursed out loud. It doesn't matter if you die, but don't cause His Majesty to be unable to save you. He clenched his teeth and stepped forwards. His figure shot into the skies, blocking between the tribulation clouds and the giant sphere of spirit stones. Even if he had to suffer a minor injury, he still had to block this heavenly tribulation. As if sensing Supman's actions, the tribulation clouds began to tumble. With a loud rumbling sound, lightning wreaked havoc as it came crashing down. Supman's complexion changed and immediately darkened. This heavenly tribulation, something was wrong. But at this time, he didn't have time to think about it. He stepped forwards, clenched his fist, and punched out at the thunder. There was a loud explosion like the crashing of a mountain. Thunder shattered and splashed out in all directions. Some unlucky fellows were struck and instantly fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Walala, the seafolk fled in panic. Supman's sleeves were torn and there were many scorch marks all over his body. His neatly combed hair seemed to have experienced a violent storm, spreading out in all directions. Nascent soul heavenly tribulation normally had 3 bolts of thunder. Now, this was only the first bolt, and yet its power had reached such a degree. Supman looked down and clenched his teeth in hatred. But the more it was like this, the more he couldn't retreat. He had to grit his teeth and swallow his blood to withstand this heavenly tribulation. Bang! The second bolt of thunder fell. Supman's entire sleeves turned to ashes, revealing a well-maintained and fair arm. But when combined with his eye-catching hair, it seemed particularly strange. He had lived his entire life in comfort and comfort. Even when he was young, he had never had the experience of making a fool of himself in front of everyone. If it weren't for the fact that his heart was strong enough to control his mood, he feared his face would have already turned red. That damned Ning Qin! Bang! The third bolt of thunder. If the first 2 bolts of heavenly tribulation were like a sword that came from the east, difficult to resist, then this third bolt of heavenly tribulation was like a mountain pressing down on him. It was vast and mighty, filled with a dense aura of annihilation. Even someone as strong as Supman couldn't help but feel his heart race. He cursed out loud and then shot into the skies. It wasn't that he didn't fear heavenly tribulation, but because of the special nature of his cultivation method. Only then could he erupt with his greatest strength. Bang! Lightning splashed out, instantly submerging Supman's figure. But in the next moment, he was sent flying backwards and smashed into the ground. A building that had been destroyed by the strong winds had been completely razed to the ground, and even the foundation had been ruthlessly torn apart. My family's ancestral shop. In the distance, the shop owner cried out in sorrow as he fell backward. Bang! Bits and pieces of debris were sent flying away. Supman walked out with a gloomy face. If his long hair had been eye-catching before, it was now eye-catching to the extreme. This was because his hair was indeed an afro, and it was the most avant-garde and cool kind. As he spat on the ground, he walked towards the spirit stone sphere, his eyes filled with ill intent. Now that the heavenly tribulation has passed, you brat Ning-Chin, shouldn't you come out now? In my life, it has always been me, old Soup-Man, who has taken advantage of others. I have never suffered such a great loss before. I will clearly remember this debt, and we will slowly settle it in the future. As he walked, he accidentally tore a part of his body, causing a heart-wrenching pain. Old Soup-Man stiffened. He forced himself to maintain a calm expression as he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Chapter 172. The heavens and earth were heartless, treating all living things as dogs. Well, this was a phrase that had been used all over the street. But to a certain degree this reasoning was correct. To the world, there were trillions of lives, and whether they were noble or lowly, there was no difference. But since it was described to a certain degree, there were clearly special exceptions. For instance, cultivators were a special group that received more love. Whether it was the righteous, demonic, monster, or evil, they all had a common understanding, and that was that the world had its own will. It was only because it was bound by the rules that it couldn't interfere with the revolution of the great Tao. This rule constraint could only be temporarily lifted at a special time, and that was heavenly tribulation. Cultivators that committed all sorts of evil, loved to kill, and loved to poison others would inevitably face formidable heavenly tribulation. Only a small number of people would be able to successfully cross it, and most of them would be turned to ash. This wasn't nonsense, but a truth that cultivators had discovered after experiencing tens of millions of lightning strikes. Thus, even the most vicious and evil of evil spirits wouldn't casually harm mortals. This was to avoid karma and death beneath tribulation thunder. Today, the 3 bolts of tribulation thunder were already abnormally strong. Soup-Man had thought that you must have done something that angered the heavens and angered mankind, thus causing the world to punish him. But now, 3 bolts of heavenly tribulation had passed and the tribulation clouds hadn't dissipated. Instead, they tumbled even more fiercely, and the terrifying pressure gradually increased. This was wrong. This was completely wrong. This could no longer be considered heavenly tribulation, but more like the will of the world itself. It was determined to kill Ning-Chin on the spot, and such matters were only recorded in ancient texts. Soup-Man never imagined that he would personally experience it, thus he cursed out loud. This was because he couldn't imagine just how many evil deeds one had to commit in order to be rejected by the world. The tribulation clouds above the capital city grew larger and larger, casting down a massive shadow. Just being within them caused the hearts of countless seafolk to tremble as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Old Sea whispered, "Inevitable death tribulation, it's actually inevitable death tribulation." His eyes were filled with bitterness and complexity. Soup-Man, you cannot block this heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, even if you receive 3 more bolts, there will be more, and they will become increasingly strong. Only Ning-Chin can pass this trial by himself. Soup-Man paled. Do you think I don't know? But you also saw the might of the heavenly tribulation just now. If I didn't act then he would have died. He didn't say the following words, but the meaning was clear. If Ning-Chin died, what would happen to His Majesty? Of course, this was indeed very realistic. Because on the other hand, if His Majesty was fine, he wouldn't care how Ning-Chin died. Old Hai shook his head. There's no other way. We can only gamble. Otherwise, the further we go, the less likely it will be. Soup-Man clenched his teeth. Rumble, the tribulation clouds roiled like a great tide, and the terrifying sound waves shook the world. Dazzling lightning swept out in all directions, and then the 4th bolt of heavenly tribulation descended. With just a glance, Soup-Man's heart sank. Even if he were to attack this thunder, he might not be able to escape unscathed, much less Ning-Chin. If he died, the glimmer of hope that His Majesty had would vanish. You bastard! Soup-Man roared out, but it was unknown who he was targeting. As soon as the heavenly tribulation appeared and Superman intervened to block it, the countless seafolk watching had already fallen silent. They stared at the scene before them with wide eyes. However, no one had expected that after 3 bolts of tribulation lightning, it still hadn't ended. The aura of the 4th bolt of heavenly tribulation swept out. Countless seafolk paled. They looked at the giant sphere of spirit stones, their eyes filled with astonishment and pity. Poor Honorable Ning. Beneath such tribulation lightning, even a nascent soul realm existence might not be able to resist it, so how could he not die? At the same time, there were many seafolk that had pained expressions. They could only stare helplessly on as trillions of spirit stones were destroyed by heavenly tribulation. This was simply unacceptable. Chief Manager Wu was stunned. He looked at the tribulation thunder in a daze. Everything had been fine, so how had things suddenly developed to this step? Clearwood bit her lips, her face pale. Her mind was a chaotic mess and she couldn't think of anything else. In the distance, in a tall building, there was an imposing figure standing tall. His black armor was like a mountain, and even though he didn't move, he seemed to be able to suppress the entire world. There were 7 or 8 seafolk in the building, most of them unfamiliar faces. They were scattered about. If there were seafolk that were familiar with the capital city here, they would discover that most of them were powerful tyrants, and one of them was even a key figure in the military. At this time, these seafolk slightly lowered their heads, expressing their respect to this truly great figure. There is definitely a problem with the companion vine. Although the royal palace has blocked off all news, it is still possible to detect it through all the changes. A fair-skinned seafolk with a soft and gentle temperament said in a soft voice, finding it hard to hide his regret. What a pity, this accident has already been resolved, otherwise we might have been able to achieve our goal with the smallest possible price. He looked up, not daring to leap over the imposing figure's height. He looked towards the giant sphere of spirit stones in the air, his eyes full of praise. Although I am angry, I cannot help but admit that this Honorable Ning is an extremely skilled person. A seafolk coldly sneered. So what if he is skilled? In the end, he isn't one of us. Everyone from the Southern River office was taken away by the tax department, but the losses were all meaningless. The fat old man clenched his teeth. It wasn't just the Southern River office that was lost, but also the assassins under my command. This was a familiar face. During the Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition, he had accompanied Jing Guanjin the entire time. The assassins that had been exterminated by the Black Knights in the streets of the capital city had all been painstakingly trained by him. Of course, there were also the 2 people that had been killed by the royal palace guards during the chaos caused by the spirit stones. Someone stepped forward to stop the conversation. That's enough. No matter what, he will die. These words caused the complexions of the people in the room to relax. They subconsciously let out sighs of relief. He was like a predestined nemesis. Ever since Ning Qin appeared, nothing had gone smoothly for them. Not only had they spent a great deal of time and effort preparing for the Great Sea Spirit Teacher competition, but they had also lost Jing Guanjin and Wu Zetian. The situation in the royal palace had taken a turn for the better, but he had interfered and ruined it, causing the Southern River office to be exposed. There was also a series of hidden disturbances and shockwaves. Presumably, as time passed, the number of people who died would continue to increase. Now, he was finally going to die. But what a pity, the wonderful situation they had been waiting for all these years had been lost. Thinking of this, the seafolk in the room were filled with helplessness. Their eyes fell on the tall figure in front of the window. Everyone quickly calmed down. Although he hadn't said a single word, he was like a boulder in their hearts. As long as he was here, there would be a chance. Sooner or later, they would succeed. Their eyes turned a little, and they could clearly see the face of the figure in front of the window. Set off by his black armor, he exuded a powerful aura like that of a heavenly god. This was another familiar face. If Qin Yu could see this, he would remember the powerful existence he had seen during his conflict with Princess Lushi. The Whale Sovereign. Standing in front of the window, this person who had packaged himself well and was the cornerstone of the nation in the eyes of countless seafolk was currently frowning. But unexpectedly, Jing Guanjin's failure, Wu Zetian's loss of the purple card, the chance to obtain the companion vine, the loss of the Southern River office. He hadn't thought about any of these things. This was because in the Whale Sovereign's opinion, changing the heavens and earth was difficult to begin with. Any accidents or failures were normal. What he was thinking was why this Honorable Ning Qin, Honorable Ning, gave him an inexplicable sense of loathing and familiarity. Others might not care about this sort of feeling, but after his cultivation reached this step, and he had nearly formed divine soul, he could faintly sense this. Unfortunately, he was about to die. Beneath such a powerful heavenly tribulation, his body and soul would likely turn to ash. There was no way for him to investigate anything. At this time, in the capital city, everyone that had gathered here believed that Honorable Ning would die. This was because heavenly tribulation didn't care about anything else, only absolute strength. The Whale Sovereign thought this, Soupman thought this, Old Sea thought this, and even the two squads that had arrived at around the same time. The young girl pushed open the window. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the heavenly tribulation falling down from the tribulation clouds. She could feel the annihilating aura it emitted and subconsciously shrank her neck. She whispered, "Seventh Auntie, is the one crossing tribulation Honorable Ning?" The woman's complexion darkened. She squeezed out a smile and nodded. Things had changed beyond her expectations. Honorable Ning was actually crossing tribulation, and it was the legendary death tribulation. Borrowing Honorable Ning's momentum, Sea Spirit Pavilion's recent momentum had skyrocketed. It seemed as if they were going to climb to the top in a single swoop. Now they would surely suffer heavy losses, and they might even have to face the counterattack of other sea spirit influences. The young girl didn't know what sort of difficulties her family would encounter. She only looked at the spirit stone mountain and sighed. This Honorable Ning was truly rich, but at the same time she felt pity for him. Perhaps the most painful matter in the world was to have endless wealth but not have the life to spend it. Shuijing frowned for the first time. A cold and harsh killing aura swept out like a wave of ice, rapidly clearing away the surrounding sea spirits. The sea spirits were all panic-stricken. Where did this person come from? His aura was so terrifying. Within the carriage, the vice priest's eyes were dim and bitter. He had originally thought he had seen a glimmer of hope, but who would have thought that his gamble would lead to such a result? Was it fate that made a fool out of them, or was it predestined that moon-praying shrine's destiny had come to an end? The white-dressed woman's eyes were filled with sorrow. She opened her mouth, wanting to comfort him, but she discovered that her heart was in chaos and she didn't know what to say. She looked past the window and at the giant sphere of spirit stones. Moon-praying shrine's hope was right there, within reach. But in the end, it had come too late. The fourth heavenly tribulation brought with it an aura of annihilation. Like this, it crossed the world and arrived. Just as it was about to touch the spirit stone, it suddenly vanished from sight. This was normal. Heavenly tribulation couldn't be avoided. Unless external karma interfered, such as Soupman receiving the heavenly tribulation, then no matter where you hid, it would be able to cross all barriers and descend upon you. What followed next should be a splendid display of fireworks. A cultivator cultivated to defy the heavens and change their destiny. They absorbed the spiritual strength of the heavens and earth into their body, transforming it into their cultivation and strength. When a cultivator died beneath heavenly tribulation, an invisible will would descend, returning everything to its origin and fusing back into the world. In other words, a cultivator's cultivation and magic power would be restored to spiritual strength. This process was extremely beautiful and breathtaking, thus it was called firework. Of course, these fireworks represented the violent death of a tribulation seizing cultivator every time. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them the saddest fireworks in the world. 1 breath of time passed. 2 breaths of time passed. 3 breaths of time passed. It was calm as ever,